Hello? Am I back? Hi. Can't believe Rudy died as soon as he joined. Hi, Feeny. How's it going? Uh, so you know how I said I was gonna deactivate that? The fact that the stream it disconnected me and it was trying to reconnect. I think me deactivating my camera somehow did that. I've had weirder things happen. So I would totally believe somehow me deactivating my camera on OBS would disconnect me from the server. I told them you were living. That's a great song. I've had weirder things happen, so that's what I believe. They gave Primeape an evolution where it just fucking dies in the new game. That's right, that's right. All Pokemon are either shorter or taller than you'd expect. There are no in-betweens, yeah. That's true. Like, Furret is big. Like, Furret's still, like, small, comparatively. But Furret is big, I think. The Gengar's got me, though. I said I was gonna fight the Gengars, and they got me. Personally, love Mimikyu. Mimikyu is great. Hip. I almost thought that was HEB, and I was like, what? Who's HEB? Okay. Salamence is 4'11". Is that like standing up on two legs, or is that like on all fours that Salamence is 4'11"? Because I feel like those are two different things. You want to go to Heb? You're sad because they're only in Texas. They're great. I was actually having a conversation with my friend Saturday about that. We're talking about just how like HEB is very cheap comparatively, and it's nice to get a lot of stuff, or like a lot of stuff that you can get that are HEB brand actually end up being kind of healthier than some other brands. So how do I feel about HEB sushi? Decent. I would very much rather go to like an actual sushi place, but they're decent. If I was to get like store-bought sushi, I'd go to HEB. Never trust gas station sushi. I haven't seen any, but I've heard of people buying gas station sushi. Don't do that. I feel like that's just asking to get a stomach virus or something. Their snack food is the best grocery store food, bar none. Yeah. Like having HEB brand like jalapeno flavored potato chips, fantastic. They're like legitimately very good. Or you come from HEB's deluxe stuff. Fair. Unless you want to shit your pants, stay away from gas station food, period. Yeah. The HEB Ghost Pepper Cheese Puffs are delicious. I've never had those. I might have to look for those next time I go. Counterpoint, the gas station food in Futurama that made Fry like superhuman. That's a strong counterpoint. You might have to wait several hundred years till we get there, because who knows if current gas station food would be the same way. You would have never gotten rid of them if you were Fry. Yeah. I forget, what was his... Was the reason he got rid of them just because they freaked him out? Or was there another reason? I don't remember. It's been a long time since I've seen that episode. Okay. We're gonna play Teleforum, but first I am going to run to the restroom real quick. I will BRB very quickly. Where's my, there we go. Can't believe Rudy is sleep pissing. Leela was following for him after he got the worms and wasn't sure if she liked him for him. Oh, that's right. I remember that now. You guys don't go sleep pissing? That's terrible. Never mind. Yeah. Hey. Gonna step away for Teleforum because you plan on playing it yourself soon, but you hope you have fun with it. Yeah, that's totally okay. I hope you have a wonderful time. We're planning on playing a bunch of different games after that, so if you decide to stop on by later, we'll be playing something else. Okay, let me start this up. Where is it? There it is. Let me pause the music. Cool. So, if you were not here last week, Teleforum is... I should turn off the lights. But Teleforum is a horror game where you're a news crew and it looks really interesting. Kind of reminds me of like Local 58 style, just with the camera, the visuals where everything is kind of like a CRT camera or monitor. By the way, that Battleship game you were playing the other day, found out it's part of a game compilation on Steam called... Ooh, game compilation. Unsorted Horror. Oh, thank you for letting me know. Yeah. I'll definitely check that out. As you're falling asleep, gonna go and lay down. You have a good night, Heap. I hope you sleep well. Okay, hang on. And also, you as well, Lucid. I hope you have a good day. I'm gonna turn off the lights. There's 5 games in it. Okay. Hang on. I am going to turn the sound down just a smidge. Okay. That should be good. I've got the lights off. There's still natural light coming in, so the camera can still see me. Nice and easy. Okay. I really should install like a lamp or just buy a lamp, put it in my room so I can have something that the camera can see and still kind of immerse myself. Okay. We're going to apartment 608. Easy to remember. Oh, hold on. This is not where we started. Hold on. We started in a what's it called? An elevator. We might have just missed that. Because there's no way to start a new game, it seems like. That's okay. Oh, that was it. That was in the elevator, was just us talking to the lady, being like, we're going up to this place. Are we sure we should be doing that? Like, something just happened to this one lady we're going to talk to, I think. Alright. Go to the light side, head towards the trash bags. Let's head towards the trash bags. I think it's that apartment just up ahead. Here we are. Well, let's get ready, shall we? You can film her getting the door and all that. So should I knock on the door, ring the bell? What'll look better on video? Oh, actually... Oh, there she's up talking to strangers right now. The camera doesn't act up during the interview. Why would it act up? I wonder if she's talking to strangers. If she isn't, she will be now. Let me try again. Say, did you work with Walter for long? Some 4 years? This hit me hard too, you know? I want to do something for him. Cameraman. And take advantage of the situation in the process? Sure. He'd say I'm demonstrating a sharp sense for opportunity. Alright, third time's the charm. Oh. What do you want? Hi, Mrs. Martins? We're from Channel 8. We came to give you our condolences. Do you really need a video camera for that? We're making a special program about Walter. An homage. A kind of retrospective, you see? He worked at the station for so long. We wanted to talk to you about him. About what happened. Right. Fine. Come in.
It might be good to talk about it.
Homage? Why not? We can edit it later. Right now, we need the raw material. Come on, before she changes her mind. There's a musty smell here. A closed house won't be good for your head. Oh, this is ominous. Thank you again for welcoming us, Mrs. Martins. Silva here will film our conversation, okay?
Will he now? You'll have to think about that.
What?
Would you like to drink anything? Tea? Coffee?
Oh, I never refuse a cup of coffee. Probably best not to actually drink anything. This doesn't sit right.
I'll go make some.
She's gonna poison you. She pulled a fast one on you, huh? Forget that. Let's snoop around while we have the chance. Make sure to get anything that catches your eye in camera. We're surrounded by material here. Oh, what is this? Oh, puppy! Good one. We need a nice shot of gunpowder. You'd love a nice cup of the blood of your enemies. Hell yeah. Walter even carried the dog's picture in his wallet. He showed it around as if it were a photo of his son. Nothing wrong with that. Cute dog. It would be a shame if we only had shots of the same wall. So look around the whole room here, okay? Ooh, okay, yeah. Ooh, what is this? A TV show looks good. Something funny about this TV. I think there was a lightning strike nearby the other day. Might have messed it up. Actually, pretty sure it happened the same day that Walter, you know. BRT. Is it gonna rain today? Hardly. The rooster says otherwise. Look. Ah, the rooster never gets it right. Guess we can use this to take to set the mood. What's up with this picture? Hey, welcome back. Mittens, how's it going? Look at this photo. Some scenery? Not a very appealing scenery, plus it's out of focus. The photo has a story behind it, I can feel it. I might ask her about it during the interview. I mean, when you see a picture that's framed and everything is out of focus, generally seems like that's something to ask about, because that's out of the ordinary. I can hear her putting water in the filter. She'll be back soon. Check out all you can now. Okay. Look at these certificates. Journalism degree from UFRGS, specialization in communication. Walter was well educated. I think Mrs. Martin is just the same. What a waste. Pretty good, just went for a walk? Nice. Maybe it's meme photography, where the shot is intentionally bad for lulz. Maybe. I remember Walter bought this raincoat to cover a story. Some lake where it rains a lot or something. Right. The image got stuck in my head because he just vanished inside the thing. I remember he got cheated out of some 500 cruceros for an oversized coat. Where does this take place? Cruceros. He looked ridiculous in it, but he paid so much for the damn coat, he just had to wear it. Poor guy. Oh, is that a bottle? There's a lot of books in this house. Anything interesting? There's a book that doesn't quite fit here. Let me see. It's an electronics manual. bookmarked on a page about the cathode ray 2 with the CRT. The pages are loose. There's a door over there. Okay, what's this? Look at this headline. The tragic passing of Walter Martins. It's made the news already. I'm surprised she actually kept the paper. As Brazil money, specifically 1990 to 1993, did it change? Like, what is the word? I guess just currency. Did they change currencies in 93? They changed it after like a year. Ah, I didn't know that. That's interesting. Surprised she actually kept the paper. How are you meant to say that? I don't know if I was saying that right. Cruceros, Cruzados, Cruzeiro Novo, Real. You use Real now? Interesting. Also, I thought you were heading out. What you still doing here? That was pretty much it? Okay. Me too. I guess people have different ways of mourning.
Coffee is almost done.
Lurking got me in the background. Okay.
Will you have one?
I'm fine, thank you.
Feel free to have one if you change your mind.
Caffeine yellows your teeth. Refused some liquid anxiety. Okay. Achievement. So you have no idea what's going on. You just heard Brazil and your ears perked up. That's totally fair. For a second, your mind went through different currencies. Hi, Kappa. How you doing? So, did you think it over?
I did. Let's get this done with.
Great. We'll begin shortly. Let's shoot the interview on that chair, Silva. Ready?
No, but it doesn't matter.
Okay, let's go. 3, 2, 1. We're here with Mrs. Adriana Martins, wife of Walter Martins, our dear colleague who left us so abruptly. You agreed to give us an interview during the most trying of times. The house itself really tells a story about how you two lived. We shouldn't ask about anything related to that just yet, I think. But certificates and degrees. There were different versions of Crusaders for a while, apparently, before they switched to Real. Yeah, that's what Lucid was saying. Sorry. I got that sort of tickle in my throat. I think it's good for now, but... You two are quite well educated, aren't you?
You can say so. I studied quite a bit. History, theater.
Theater?
I met Walter at an eloquence workshop. I used to help him out. Can you believe he had a speech impediment? Bad diction. Nobody notices it today, his articulated speech. That was my gift.
I do want to talk about the blurred photo. You have a rather peculiar picture in your living room.
Ah, that was the first picture I took with the two of us. We put the camera on a tripod and set it all up to take our picture. And, well, this lapwing showed up out of nowhere. I think we were too close to its nest. The bird got furious and attacked the camera right when it took the picture. Then it had attacked us.
Can someone turn on a light? How does a cameraman think this shot's okay? Maybe she told us like she doesn't want her face in like visible or something. I don't know. I'm willing to suspend some of my disbelief for the time being.
That was the result. That was the result. A portrait neither of us appeared in, from yours truly, the great photographer. He found it so funny we had it framed.
Yeah, it did. Yeah. A funny photo.
I used to find it funny too.
The television seems strange.
Walter dedicated a good portion of his professional life to TV. I couldn't help but notice your television here. Yes, we had a blackout that day. There was a horrible lightning strike nearby, right after broadcast. Almost gave me a heart attack. TV hasn't been working properly since then. I leave it on so the house feels less empty.
Let's talk about gunpowder.
What's been getting you through these difficult times? Gunpowder here helped me more than anything else.
The dog.
Of course, he's been quite sad. He knows something's amiss. He misses Walter. At least taking care of him has taken my mind off things. Look, I'm sorry, I don't think I can keep going.
Of course, Mrs. Martins. We have enough material already.
So different. So nervous. I never expected him to.
No one expected that, Mrs. Martins. I still can't even imagine Walter handling a gun.
Gun? What gun? Walter never had a gun.
The gun. The one he used during the show's broadcast.
He did not use a gun.
I know it was horrible, but I saw it when he pulled the trigger. That's what Ferreira told you back at the station, right? You gotta go throw trash before you forget. Yeah. I was told to use a knife. I was told he took poison. I was told he hanged himself. Oh, shit. What? None of these are good. Which, hold on. I just remembered. I should also put... warning. There we go. Now the warning is there. If anybody wants to look at the warnings, I don't know if there are any other warnings for this, but that is something I should have done earlier. That's my bad. Let's go with... None of these are good. He hanged himself? What? How can that be?
My God. I knew it. Ever since he got that damn tape.
The tape he tried to broadcast? He's also examined the tape back at the station. I think the film was burned. Something like that.
That wasn't the tape. Not the original one. That was a copy.
Seriously? Do you still have the original one?
Yes. Here. I don't know what he saw in this thing. I don't know where he got it from. Walter made me swear to never watch it. I only watched it when I wasn't home, or in the small hours of the morning. You want to watch it, don't you? For your show. I don't think that's a good idea, but I'm too tired to try to change your mind. I'm going outside to have a smoke. I don't even want to hear this thing. cursed tapes.
Nah. Never. She is missed. I'm sorry. This is it. We have quite the story here. It looked like we've seen a ghost. You'll stay, right? Desire to say, "Are you crazy? I'm out," is so high. Fuck it, we're doing it. Are you crazy? I'm out. Whoa, 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 whoa. Stop right there. I'm not letting you throw this opportunity away. Look, you don't have to watch it, just film me as I'm watching it. We'll have more takes that way. We can insert the tape's contents in the video during editing. A commendable effort, that's what I got. Let's make some room here. Alright, let's begin. Let's get my first impressions on film. We can fix it all on editing later. There, I'll press play. Starting. What is this place? I don't recognize this building. These symbols. I can almost... Do they mean anything to you? Looking at them makes my head hurt. Me. It's the eyes. Oh, it changed. Good. So, he did go inside the building. What do you mean? What is this place? Was the person, like, videotaping it? Looks like a museum. Look at that exhibition. Who would authorize this type of thing? He's just walking by everything. What sort of building is this? It's way too long. Look, there's someone up ahead. That guy. He looks... Did you get that? No. I'll turn up the volume. No. Ugh, I don't like this. The wetness of the sound. Anyways, Chard, take my hand. We'll take a walk. Get to 0 inside the Lost Ark. I'll buy you a sky. Feels like I mentioned someone named Oscar. Zika. We're assuming control Zika. I don't know. It kind of sounds like... Chard? Who's Chard? You really heard that? I can't understand a damn thing. Let me turn up the volume one more time. Oh, God. I turned the sound down. Okay. That's some weird ASMR, yeah. Okay. It didn't go up higher than that. Okay, good. That's it. I'm turning this thing off. Oh! Bright light. Oh, God. Commercial break. We'll be right back. At 8:08, Cine 8. 10:10, Programa. At midnight, 0 reporter. Get flashbanged, idiot. Yeah. Okay. We're in the right building. Is the camera on? Oh shit, did it reset? Let me remove the lens cover. Okay, hurry up.
Oh shit, we are. Let me get the button. 6th floor, apartment 608. Oh, she did it this time. Look like you've seen a ghost. You look different today. I just changed my makeup. Let's get to 608. Oh! Ow! Hi, Sonic. Head towards the window. Continue towards the window. How's it going? Boo. Ah! What are you doing? How about you stop wasting our time? Can you do that? Hmm? I thought we could shoot some footage here for the video. Ah, okay. Well, you shot it, right? Come on, let's go. Ah. There's the apartment. Finally. I'll do the talking. It be doing, just got back from the gym. Had your leggy day. Nice. I went to the gym today as well. Did not do a lot of leg stuff because I know I'm going to be doing squats. Squats today. Good evening. We're from Channel 8. We came to talk to you about what happened. You don't mind if we record this, right? You want to talk about water, right? The recent events? Everything's stuck in your throat, isn't it? What is going on? Come in. It might be good to speak to someone. Hell yeah. Get squatty hotty. That's a new one. Squats. Okay. One. Two. It's hard for the camera to see me because the lights are going out now, or the sun's going down. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. Oh, thank you, Feeny. Okay. Hey, aren't you coming on a little too strong? No, we need to investigate this. She's got her whole life to mourn. Come on, get in. She is being very pushy. Something's off. The line's just beyond the edge of your consciousness. Tough luck. We're about to begin. Will you have anything? Tea? Coffee? No thanks. Well, I'll go make something anyway. Oh, the dog is up. No, let's just... God damn it. I'll have to wait for her. Excuse me. Didn't mean to do that. I'll have a look around. Yeah, whatever. You okay? Hey, Gunpowder. I was a little nervous, uneasy. Or is he afraid? She's still in there? 8 out of 10. That sounded nasty. My bad. Yeah. God damn it. Oh, it changed. Oh. What?
Something about this TV set gives me the creeps. There's something there, right? Oh, is it just me or does this section look even more out of focus? Look, a daily trophy. Maybe we'll get one too. Thought they'd stopped handing this award. Fine, we create a new award then. I think Mrs. Martins painted this one. Hey, there's a weird thing hanging above the front door, look. Go there and take it off. Above? What? You heard me. You can reach up there if you jump, right? So take it down. It's getting on my nerves. What the hell? I can barely see what that is. My mom had one just like it at home. Looking at this thing reminds me of her. I don't want to remember her. So can you take that down? This... Is that a horseshoe? It looks like a horseshoe, but it's a bit hard to tell. This feels like a bad idea though. But sure. You should keep that. It's not a horseshoe as the achievement I got. There you go. You didn't lose any fingers, did you? Well, what do I do with this now? I don't care as long as it's away from me. What kind of plant is that? No idea, man. It's well taken care of. I think Mrs. Martins didn't let the tragedy affect her routine. It's what's keeping her functional right now. Yeah, that's literally the name of the achievement. No, the first part was something else, and then the description for the achievement was the name of the achievement is "You should keep that." The description for it was "It's not a horseshoe." Let's get to the point. Walter took a tape to the studio, but it wasn't the original one, was it? The original is here, with you. How do you know that? I examined the one he had with him. I want to see the original. Well, yes, I have it here. Do you know where you found this tape? Is this why you came here? Had I known, I wouldn't have opened the door. Here. Take it. I don't want to see this thing. Go have a smoke outside. Tell me when you're done. Let her be. But you won't, will you? Hey, she's a widow. What's gotten into you? I don't have time for this, but... Fine, you're right. This whole thing is making me antsy. You know what? Why don't you go check up on her? Even better, interview her. You always wanted to do that, right? Here's your chance. See if she's up to answering some questions about the origin of this tape. Damn. She's being an asshole. Ah, there she is. Deep breaths. What's the smell? It's not the cigarette. No. Focus. If I do a good job... I might get new opportunities. I can help Mrs. Martins feel a little bit better. It'll probably change nothing, but I still want to do it. How do you know that? My brain is fucking huge, ma'am. I'm beach brain. That's what I want to believe, at least. Mrs. Martins? What is it? You done? Not yet. Julian is watching the tape. And meanwhile, I wanted to ask you some questions. For your program. Shouldn't the girl be asking the questions? Actually, I got worried about you, ma'am.
I've seen many people like that girl in this line of work. Because of Walter. People who stop at nothing. Eh. Fine, let's do this interview of yours. You'd better think very carefully about these questions of yours. My head's about to burst.
First off, how are you doing?
Terrible. I haven't slept since. You know. Maybe I should have seen it coming. Yeah, the atmosphere at home changed ever since that tape showed up here. You would watch it many times a day, locked up in the room. He'd say he'd almost get it. Never show me anything. He never showed it to me.
Do you know where the tape came from?
No, we need to investigate this. I think he got it at home, but I didn't see who delivered it. Walter collected movies, hard to find, films, recordings. I thought it was just another one. Just thinking about that girl alone in my living room, watching that thing, makes my skin crawl. Say, why is she so interested in that tape?
I wouldn't know. Because it's an important piece of this case. But maybe because it's an important piece of this case.
Yes, I could see the greed on your colleague's eyes when she asked for the tape. To be honest, I thought you'd ask questions about Walter. He was your coworker, no?
That was the plan. Was it? Really?
Don't you think that colleague of yours is acting a little strange? I could swear I've seen her before. To be honest, I have a feeling I've seen you before as well. Maybe I've seen her at the studio, I'm not sure.
I don't think so. I haven't been working there for long.
Maybe that's why you don't seem to be like her. Not yet, anyway.
Me?
Yes, why are you in this anyway?
No, this is my job. I don't get to pick my tasks.
You choose to omit yourself, right? No. I shouldn't blame you. You're not at fault. Not really. You know, I get it. I get the idea of moving up the ladder, the allure of a sensationalist piece of news. You can see it too, can't you? Nothing good came from this tape. From this whole thing.
It really didn't cause anything positive until now, or that's precisely why we need to investigate. Positive until now? That seems very self-centered. Like he's saying, well, it's nothing positive until us because it's gonna help us move up, you know? So, we'll go with the second one.
Do we really need to? Is it really the search for truth that's motivating the story you're working on? Or is it something else?
And if it's something else, then it wouldn't be right.
Not sure right is a concept we're looking for. What I do know is that you two being here is making me apprehensive. I don't want to ignore this feeling.
To be honest, I've been questioning how things have been progressing.
Well, I don't want this story to be broadcast. I'm telling you quite plainly. Drop the camera.
You serious?
You can tell them the crazy old lady clawed at you. I don't care. Here. A little push out the window.
I'm listening to her. Rewind 01. Oh shit. Do you understand? Caught something at the end of Act 2. I didn't really catch much. I saw that there was like a person at the very end of it. Oh, what? Maybe they meant this. I need to reach the apartment. The apartment. Which apartment? 608. Yes, that was it. Keep that memory in shape. The apartment's number stays in your mind. I had someone else with me. Juliana. How could I forget her? Each step makes it harder to remember. That tape. What I saw in it. We didn't really watch it. I guess we did the first time. I saw the past of a future that never happened. I watched an unrecorded nightmare. Seeing and forgetting the name of what I saw. Maybe that second one? How many things have I already forgotten? How many fake memories have I recalled? The apartment. She stayed there. Reach the question mark floor is what I got. Better to record everything. Everything can be used. I don't like this. Need to go on. Is this the right way? This way. What is this door? Is this where she was? Door won't budge. But there's a grate. I need to see what's in there. I need to see what's in there. Oh no. Ow! The heck? Hi, Hoppy. That woman. Do I know her? I'm pretty sure that's Juliana. How you doing, Hoppy? Why am I tearing up like this? It's no use. There's nothing else I can do here. Weird smell here. Yeah, that timing was perfect. Where did I smell this before? I know that's the window, that's her room. I guess we'll just go to her room. I wonder if it's because of those trash bags. Maybe. Smell, it's stronger here. Hang on, I'm gonna lower the sound like a little bit. Here we go. Follow the smell, I guess. Is this the apartment? Smells coming from inside the apartment. Oh, I know what it is. The smell. It's ozone. Keep going. I feel like at this point you gotta keep going, but I don't know. You just got up did not mean to sleep this late. Well, good morning. I hope you slept well. Rewind 02. Oh, interesting. Better to record everything. Everything can be used. Can I go back? No, I can't. Let's go this way. Is that the dog? Keep going. Gunpowder? What happened here? Why is the dog here? Where's your owner,
Hey, Gunpowder, where's your owner? Am I imagining things, or is the dog avoiding the apartment? Oh, no, not now. Come on. Gunpowder. Come back here. He dashed down the hall. He was lying on top of some note. Inspect the note. What the dog doing? It's a note. I've had it. And did what I shouldn't. Now all I see is edited in my memories. I'm surrounded by forms, figures that mean nothing to me. Anything more than that terrorizes me, like the face in my memories. If anyone reads this, don't leave Gunpowder alone. Fuck. Hey, she also... Ugh. Letters are giving me vertigo. The dog. Yeah, go after her. Or him. Gunpowder? I'm going inside. No, I'm going. Gotta... Don't leave Gunpowder alone. Yes. Yes. I will. I just noticed it now. It's awful. Say it out loud. The camera carries me. Not the other way around. Can't even tell when this started. Perhaps a long time ago. Maybe when I submitted my application. Gunpowder? I'm going in. Don't leave Gunpowder alone. That's what the note said? That's what we're doing. It's not the apartment anymore. Gunpowder? That looks like Gunpowder over there. Okay. Gunpowder, you shouldn't be here. It's not blank anymore.
Caros telespectadores, boa noite.
Walter
Hoje nós
Martins.
teremos uma transmissão especial do nosso programa. Possivelmente a minha última. E com ela trago um comunicado a fazer para todos vocês. Descobri algo nas últimas semanas que tem me assombrado desde então. Palavras não serão o bastante para descrever o que descobri. Portanto,
It's your favorite
eu vou
show.
precisar mostrar.
My gold.
Talvez isso venha assombrar vocês,
There's a
assim
chance
como
I'll
tem me
come out.
assombrado.
Little
Mas a
tape.
minha profissão, o meu trabalho, foi revelar a verdade durante todos esses anos. E se quisermos nos libertar, preciso que
Need
todos
y'all to know
saibam
that
disso
I'm
que
about
tenho
to
a
show
mostrar.
you.
Por isso, peço que todos sintonizem bem seus aparelhos. Não cruzem suas pernas, isso é
Do
importante.
not cross your
Mas
legs is
fiquem
important, but
confortáveis
stay
com a
at
coluna
ease with
reta
a straight
e
spine.
observem com atenção.
Watch carefully. We don't get to see it. Because when he did it, he died or it burned or something happened. I think. Oh! What? Wait, what? I remember that story. That time will come.
Has not been seen since we had a chance to speak with the mother. Do you personally believe that there's something sinister hiding in there? No, of course not. People love ghost stories, but in the end, they're just stories. Just stories. Just stories. Just stories. Just stories.
Drowned lake. Emergency alert. High chance of something. Primary entry point system. What? What?
This is one of the endings, or rewinds, or whatever that we saw. This is the second one. I didn't notice a difference. Oh wait, I think there was something at the on this part. It was like the start of the intro thing. You've returned. Otis has graduated from intermediate training class. Woo! Good boy, Otis. You don't know what's going on, but from the point you're gonna have fun playing this, yeah. Yeah. I think you will, and just discovering whatever the hell is happening. Yeah, okay, the second one has that. So it looks like we're missing a couple things. But how to get those? I don't know. We'll figure that out, I guess. Options, gallery. Okay, so this is the gallery. Okay, okay. Cool. Let's go. Rewind again. Be kind, we rewind. Yeah, this is the right building. Hey, you got the camera on? Yeah, let me remove that. Let's have as much material as possible. Can you get the button? Can I turn around? No. That was outside. That kind of spooked me. There was like the sound of somebody dropping something heavy and metal outside. Kind of like construction. Be kind. We wind. Please, we wind. Okay, 6th floor. What is it? You look like you have something to say. I was just thinking about what happened. What happened? Bizarre, you didn't see it, did you? You just told me how it happened. What he used to, you know. You're lucky. I wish I hadn't seen it. You heard it, right? He gave Celso a VHS tape. The VT operator. Right. Celso was supposed to broadcast the tape, but he couldn't. Technical issues. And bam. It happened. Don't be a ball buster. Rewind the tape before bring it to back to Blockbuster. Alright, here, come on. Go to the light side this time. Let's go this way first. I don't think it's this way. And get a nice take by the window. Ooh, did you see that? Something's bleeding through. Someone's been coming here for a smoke. See the ashtray? Don't show me that. I haven't touched nicotine in 3 years. Come on, let's head down the corridor. Ooh, okay, okay. I think it's that apartment just up ahead. Here we are. Get ready, shall we? We can film her getting the door and all that. Knock on the door. We'll do it in reverse. I if she's up to talking to strangers now. Hope the camera doesn't act up during the interview. What do you mean? It malfunctions. Sometimes it blacks out for no reason. I think they gave me this one because I'm new. Let's do the story, then Ferreira won't be able to deny you some new equipment. Let me try again. I don't remember which one I. Yeah, she worked with Walter for a while. Okay. What if she won't see us? If she won't see us, I think of something else. I doubt she's left the house since yesterday. Hey, third time's a charm. The fact that it gives you 3 times to do that almost makes me feel like there's a combination, like a special combination that would work. But I don't know. Hi, Mrs. Martin. We're from Channel 8. We're making a special program about Walter. Can't believe she bought that. Maybe she needs this now. Come on, before she changes her mind. Silva here will film our conversation. Yep. God, I got a good lookout gunpowder. Poor boy. Yep. Is that a horseshoe? Seems so. Like, for good luck? I didn't know Walter was superstitious. She didn't want that done the first time. Just interesting. What didn't we look at? We didn't look at the VCR tape. Or VCR player, excuse me. More than that, I think Walter took a loan to pay for this. He told me this. Yeah, okay. Oh. Interesting. You knew Walter better than I. Did he read a lot? He read most of the newspapers every day. Guess these books belong to Miss Martin. Yeah. We'll be good. Oh, they moved fast to cover this one. Happened live, of course it was shocking. Interesting that it happened live, and so it was covered, but what everybody was told was different. So you missed the Pokemon pack opening. Did I get any gay cards? Define gay cards. A Delmise, a kind of holographic Trevenant, a Murkrow, a Pikachu, that's also kind of holographic, a Bayonet, Shuppet, and that's it. They have cards that are all rainbow colored now. I mean, it's shiny. Kind of has like a rainbow tint to it. So, yeah, I guess so. Oh, wait, did I turn the lights on? I didn't actually do it. You know, like the gay. Sorry, hold on. I know how to fix this. There. Am I good again? What happened? Why does it do that? That was out of nowhere. It was I've never had it happen in the middle of a stream. So, that's weird. But thank you for letting me know. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for letting me know. You're so far away. The Gengar is messing with me. That's true. Okay. Wild. Yeah, I'll take a coffee this time. Gengar is trying to ruin my stream today. Be my guest. She makes it too hot. Took some freelancer fuel. Did you think it over? I did. Let's get this done with. Okay. This time, tell me about the rooster. It was a storm then, right? Yes. I mean, I remember lightning struck here. The amulet above the front door. Did Walter have any superstitions? He didn't seem to have one, but I was just a coworker. We never got to completely know someone, right? No, he wasn't religious either. So that amulet above the front door is yours? No. Care to elaborate? No. Okay. Papers. Paper headline. The event has been garnering some media attention. Did this have an impact on you? I haven't slept in a while. In the morning when I got that newspaper, there it was. The headline. Staring at me. Chasing me. When I locked myself in here, you two arrived. So yes, I'd say it's having quite the impact on me. Expensive VCR. Notice you have a brand new VCR. Just curious. I know Walter has quite the cinephile. What did he enjoy the most? Ma'am? Can you ask about something else? Oh, sure. You're the boss. No one expected a gun? What gun? He did not use a gun. I was told he took poison. What? How can that be? My god, I knew it. Ever since he got that damn tape. The tape he tried to broadcast? He also examined the tape back at the studio. I think the film was burned, something like that. That wasn't the tape, not the original one. Yes, here. Don't know what he saw in this thing. I don't know where he got it from. Made me swear to never to watch it. Okay. This time, we're gonna get a good look at it. Alright. I gotta see what the hell's going on here. Don't. You're lacking common sense, is the achievement I got. Walter was quite the cinephile. Sounds so fucked if you don't know what a cinephile is. God, that's true. Alright, let's make some room here. Alright, let's begin. Let's get my first impression on film. I can fix it all in editing later. I can almost feel like I can almost understand, but at the same time I can't. It feels like they get entangled inside your brain. Eldritch tape, let's go! I did go inside the building. What is this? Looks like a prison. Inside the cells. Are those people? He's just walking by everything. What sort of building is this? It's way too long. That guy, he looks... I kind of wish I could skip through this just a little bit, because... Ugh. The wet whispering makes me uncomfortable. Sounds like I mentioned someone named Oscar. Someone named Oscar? I don't hear anything about an Oscar. Can't understand a damn thing. And then it stops. Psst, 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 psst. Hey, you okay? Ooh, lightning this time. I don't remember if that was lightning the first time. I don't know if we really did do anything different there. Okay, hold on. For continuing, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. I'm gonna put on some music again. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Did some quick stretches as well. I'm good. I'm gonna open up this Kit Kat and I'm gonna eat that. Me, when I'm tired, I'm trying to get a cat's attention. I think what that guy was saying on that videotape was, we're trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. Alright, thank you. I'm having the Wisp crisp wafer with white cream. Do some more, you blinked. You got it. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I also turned the lights on in my room, so the camera can actually see me now. Cool. Give me a second, let me enjoy this Kit Kat. That's a slogan, right? Break. You eat a Kit Kat for a break? Yeah, take a break, have a Kit Kat. What would you do for a Kit Kat bar? I don't think that's quite it. Oh no. Okay. Nice and good. Pause the music. Get on back here. Ooh, interesting. Looked like you've seen a ghost. I just had some deja vu. Right. I think the other ending we might get might come from after this scene where we're like walking up the stairs and trying to remember people. Maybe if we forget people, then something else happens. Head directly to 608. Very aggressive. Good evening. Channel 8. I came to talk to you about what happened. To talk about Walter, right? Are you asking about the tape? Yes, come on, get in. Gunpowder. He thought we finished the Scooby talk? Never. We're here to talk about Walter, right? Walter. Oh, yeah. So things have changed. Traces of arsenic found. Arsenic, was that it? Oh, that must change depending on which one you choose. Then. What if I don't do that? No, I won't do that. Do you always talk back like that? Just a little favor. Come on, we'll put it back up. I'm not messing with the poor woman's home. Fine. Okay. And this time we're gonna stay here. Or try to. Do you want to shoot a video of the tape? No, we're not shooting anything. We don't have a lot of time. I made her uncomfortable. Let me check the tape. There's something we can add to the video in editing. Meanwhile, go talk to her. Interview the widow. You always wanted to conduct... Oh, interesting. She makes me want to... She makes me go do it anyways. I'm doing this just for myself, am I not? Mrs. Martin. What is it? Are you done? Not yet. She's busy with the tape. Oh, is the tape? Fine, let's do this interview of yours. How was Walter on that day? Just like any other day, he spent so much time watching that thing, but his behavior was the same. He was uneasy, but I never thought it would come down to this. Not sure you've seen it, but he left a note. I only noticed minutes after it had already happened. Was that note to not leave Gunpowder alone? Cause I'm going back in there for Gunpowder. The only strange thing that day was that he made a copy of the tape. Why did you keep the tape? I have no idea why I kept the thing. I should have burned it, crushed it with a hammer, but I couldn't. I couldn't. I think I see him when I look at the tape, you know? Just thinking about that girl alone in my living room watching that thing. My skin crawl. I wouldn't know. I don't remember. Do you think that call of yours is acting a little strange? Can we conclude the interview first? No, we can't. You came here. I didn't call anybody. The right to ask my questions. You know, I get it. I get the idea of moving up the ladder. I know that better than anyone. If that's the case, wouldn't it be better to stop? Our job is to inform people so others don't need to pay the same high costs. I'd like to believe that. I feel like not even you believe that. I wanted to believe it too. Well, I don't want the story to be broadcast. Okay, nah, don't do it this time. But I can't do that. Don't give a damn if you can't, just drop it. Deny her influence. Whoa, what? I believe the note read, "Oopsie whoopsie, I did a fuck you wucky." Deny her influence. You won't do it, will you? That's fine. Look, I've got a splitting headache. Go check if she's done, then leave, please. I want my living room back. Uphold your professionalism. Thank you for the interview, Mrs. Martin. Don't like that. This seems like the same as well. Need to reach the apartment. Let's try to get it all wrong this time. 806. Is that the number? Someone else with me. Julia. It's Julia. The tape. What I saw on it. I watched an unrecorded nightmare. And if it was not recorded, can I ever wake from it? Apartment. She stayed there. Yes. Oh, wait, didn't I go the other way last time? Did it matter? Or was that, I think that was Juliana standing next to something. Or like behind the thing. Gunpowder? What happened here? Go after gunpowder immediately. This time, maybe. Or do I leave? Fuck it. It was all wrong since the start. Elevator would be faster. Stairs, elevator would be faster, maybe. Rewind 4. Gunpowder? I'm going inside. No, I need to leave this place. Stairs seem safer. On the stairs. Okay, I got rewind 3. Interesting. Going, I need to. That's awful. Keep it to yourself. Gunpowder? I'm going in. Interesting. Not going in just yet. Yeah. Doesn't seem like there's anything else here. Yeah. I've got a message for you. Turn it off. That's what it says.
Caros telespectadores, boa noite. Hoje nós teremos uma transmissão especial do nosso programa.
Pois, se está vendo isso, acredito que já seja tarde demais. As lentes deles já se tornaram nossos olhos. Tudo que vemos. Eu entendo o afã em buscar mais, entender mais. Mas já sabe o que aconteceu comigo por tentar fazer o mesmo. Por que seguiu esse mesmo caminho? Bom, não importa. Já chegou a verdade, telespectador. E ela tem um custo. Mas não precisamos pagar tudo. Não precisamos nos submeter. Ouça, eles não têm controle disso. Não ainda. Desligue o vídeo. Vá embora e não volte. Escapará por entre os dedos deles. A maior das rebeldias. Vá embora. Não volte.
Your favorite show? What? Okay. I have a feeling if we hit rewind again, then it'll conclude into like a final thing. But who knows? Rekind, bewind. Let's look at the gallery. So we have. Okay, yeah. So this is the first rewind. Rewinding going up the stairs. The second one. Are these maybe clues to something? That I'm looking at them again. So I don't think so. But this one looks like it's going to the very top or something. Like the top light is lit up. And there's this.
2 people have been reported missing.
18 has not been seen since 4th. We had a chance to speak with the mother. Do you personally believe that there's some sinister...
I wonder if this is just like a little extra thing or if this is actually important.
People love ghost stories.
Your brain is smooth, that's fair.
Just stories. Just stories. Just stories. Just stories. Just stories.
Drowned the lake. Or I wonder if that's like maybe... Oh, that's binary. I wish I could stop that, and I'm pretty sure that's binary. That probably concludes to something, like changes to something. I'm gonna hit it one more time. I don't know if there's anything extra. Yeah. Damn, nothing. Okay. Did you get authorization for this? Never approved sensationalist stories? She's gonna hit you, Lamau. Is she even home? Okay. Quick thinker, huh? Okay. What haven't we asked her about? These books, I guess. And then this thing up here. I don't think we asked about the VCR player either. No, I'm fine. Okay, let's ask about the VCR. Oh wait, I think I did ask about this before. Okay. Was a very high caliber professional working at a small station. Would you like to comment on that? He felt like he had less problems with higher ups than when working at a smaller station. Saw the electronics manual. What had he been reading these last few days? Because he even stopped reading the papers. The sickly plant. I don't think I can keep going. Okay. Used knife. Okay. Shoot. I meant to get out of here, run away, like both times, but whatever. I have a feeling it would not let me leave anyways. Gives me deja vu. Really? Me too, but where would I have seen this before? It's like a school. Why do their clothes look so much like my high school uniform? He's just walking by everything. Interesting. It's interesting that it seems to change so much depending on like what you choose. In the sense that like what's on the tape changes quite a bit, but the results are the same. Did I get that? No. Because it's all wet whispering. Zika. We're assuming control Zika. I had it. I'm out of here. I'm looking at the achievements now. I see one that says there's something there, alright, you peeping Tom. Take a good long look. Sure looks nice out there. Oh, maybe that's just out the window. Now you did see them. It's all one and the same now. I remember that day you paid attention to the signs. What does that mean? Feature film. A store won't take damaged goods back, excuse me, and they won. I might need to look up at a guide, because so far I don't really see anything that can be too varied, like change too much. What's wrong with you? I think Walter's death got to me. I'm sorry. I get that, but try to calm down, okay? Sure, I'll try. Shoot this interview. There's something off here. Yeah, there is. That's what we'll find out. Come on, get in. You're hoping we could just hammer the bell? Yeah, no. Gunpowder. Ding 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 ding. Look, it made it to the news. Walter Martin's tragic death took a hidden knife to the TV station, so it does change depending on what you choose. Interesting. Might get new opportunities. What's in the tape? I don't know, I never watched it. Why did he make a copy? To preserve, to share. That's what I think, at least, to share. So am I, of course. The copy ended up being a blank, right? Or it got burned, I'm not sure. Drop the camera? Does that drop it out the window? Okay, it does. 8:16. They never end. It's someone else with me. Juliana with 2 N's. That's right. The bitch. Oh. That tape. I saw the past of a future that never happened. Which future do I exist now? Which past did it come from? I know that's a dog over there. That's funny, I can just keep going back and forth. Dog went poopy in the hallway, that's why it's smelly. Okay, open the door. Go right again. I need to leave this place. This time we leave her alone. Or rather, Gunpowder. We leave Gunpowder alone. Him. Go back. Hmm. Okay, it won't let me go in. I guess maybe you could get all 3 rewinds in one go. But I don't know. Let me see if there is a walkthrough, because this game came out recently, I think. So I don't know if there is an actual walkthrough for this.
Caros telespectadores, boa noite. Hoje nós teremos uma transmissão especial do nosso programa.
Pois, se está vendo isso, acredito que já seja tarde demais. As lentes deles já se tornaram nossos olhos. Tudo que vemos. Eu entendo o afã em buscar mais, entender mais. Mas já sabe o que aconteceu comigo por tentar fazer o mesmo. Por que seguiu esse mesmo caminho?
There are seemingly two endings to the game, the basic ending and the true ending, not counting the game's secret ending. Let's receive the standard ending for completing the game once, and the warning ending on a second playthrough.
Eles não
There's
têm
no
controle.
ability to save, restart, blah blah
Desliga
blah.
o vídeo. Vai embora e não volte. Escapará por entre os dedos deles. A maior das rebeldias. Vai embora. Não volte.
Hey, what? Hold on. Okay, what about the game's secret ending? Secret ending, there is one other action you can perform with the buttons, which takes you to the game's secret ending. Whilst playing through the game's second chapter, you'll come across the code T124 hidden in the television title card, which I do remember seeing, yes. If you press the elevator buttons in this order, you'll begin playing a bonus scene which reveals who gave Walter the tape, a mysterious person identified only as the operator. Did I just get spoiled on that? You don't you don't need to have played the game to view this ending. It's accessible from the very first playthrough, however, it's advised you have to complete the story. Is that the secret ending, or is that this is very in-depth. Whoever made this on GameFAQs, kudos to you, because this is very in-depth. It's less walking, more point and clicking. Yeah. But okay. So it should be available, like we should be able to just get the secret ending from this first part. I would have never, like, it makes sense, but I don't think I would have thought to try it, you know? Okay, so T, 1, 2, 4. This is different. Walter. Us. Operator. Mr. Walter Martins, you're in possession of a VCR, correct? Yes. What do you want? I have a very special delivery for you, sir. This tape. I remember that day. You paid attention to the signs. I mean, I guess that's it. Yeah. From what I'm seeing, that's it. There are achievements, which is not sure there's anything important in any of these. Oh, look up the apartment spy hole in Act 1. I see, I see. Okay. So that seems to be everything. The achievements, there isn't anything that seems like it would be extra information. That's interesting. So the main thing is somebody gave Mr. Walter this secret tape that had some weird imagery that I think seems to change based on whoever's watching it, with some variable or like some stuff that is still constantly there, but there's also variable stuff. And then kind of makes them go crazy. They want to watch it. There's something about it that they need to see it. And we get trapped. We get trapped in this weird loop with the videotape. It was interesting. Not exactly what I expected. I was kind of expecting something a little bit spookier, but it wasn't bad. I'd be interested to see what the ones and zeros say at the end of that second tape. The binary there. Alright. Hey, we got some games. We got some other games to play. Excuse me. Okay. The first one, like I downloaded a lot of these are demos. So, there is that. Actually, should we do the demos now, or do you guys want to play like another full game that is like very weird and kind of creepy? What would you guys rather do? Some spooky short games and demos, or something weird and creepy, but they're like a little bit fuller length? Can we squat some and think on it? Yeah. Yeah, we can. Okay. Oh, I'll take this opportunity to stretch as well. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You know what? I'm gonna grab some water. I'm a BRB. Take this opportunity to grab some water as well. I'm running low. Alright, I'm back, team. So what are we thinking? Damn. Welcome back, team. What were the options? The options were play a bunch of demos, or demos and short games, or slightly longer games, but it's kind of a series. Series could be Poggies. Okay. We can do that. We played the demo for one of these a while back. I don't know if it's like directly a series, but it's very weird. The first one is called Mothered. I've changed the Twitch to be that. Yeah. Let's see how this goes. The team behind it is called Enigma Studios, and we played a demo for one of their games before, and it kind of feels like all of these games fit together. Hold on. Pause the music. Switch back to here. Ooh, okay. This is Mothered, a role-playing horror game. Thank you, because I do need to update. Abuse, sickness, and death. Father, Sunday evening. There's a storm approaching, right on cue. I can tell that this is loud. I don't know if... Give me a second, and we'll see if I can lower the volume. We can only hope this will be the last. Left click to wake up. Mom? Paused to move. Mouse to look. Space and right click to interface. When interface is active, left click objects to interact. Okay. No. I gotta turn this down on my end. There we go. How's that for you guys? This is our father. Can I get a good look at you? What's going on here? We're going through a tunnel. Oh, sorry, Liana. I didn't mean to wake you. I must have been thinking out loud again. Good timing, we're almost here. I know that the surgery took a lot out of you, but I think getting you back home will make all the difference. It's important for you to be with Mother, to remind you of how things used to be. Looks fine for you. Yeah, this is what everybody sees, right? This is just the most realistic graphics in the world. No, I mean, I was just changing the audio levels. Hopefully that's good for you guys. If it's too quiet, let me know. I actually can bump it up a bit. If all goes well, I have faith that you'll be back to your old self by the end of the week. You've been through a lot. I'm just glad we got you out of that place. It wasn't good for your head. Oh. You know, Liana, Father turned down the radio. I have a good feeling about this week. I've been so busy at work recently. To tell you the truth, it shames me that I don't have as much time to see my family as I used to. But I just want you to know something. Everything we do is for you. You have so many sounds, you're running Balding Gate? Okay. All good. I'll give you a call on Thursday evening. Remember to keep an ear out for my call. Okay. The house is just up here on the right. Just in time for nightfall. Can I go look? Oh! It's a touch loud again. Okay, that's better. Someone's picked up, so you'd better run before you got soaked. Shift to run. It's too dark in there. Be sure to look for light switches. Oh, I almost forgot. Your mother left a box for me somewhere in there. Would you bring it out to me before you head to bed? I'll be waiting right here. Let's get out of here. Fuck this place. It stopped raining. That rain was localized entirely within our home? Question mark? Oh, that's a big gate. The hell? No? It's so dark too. Okay. There's a lot of places to go. Okay, hold on. Let's just do what he asked. You know? You flip the hallway light switch. Is our mother not here? Is it just me, or does that look like there's a fire out there? Real fucking dark in here. Ugh. You do not need to eat. Okay. Can I turn this lamp on? Yeah. It's a note for you. Welcome home, Liana. I hope you made it here safely. Sorry I'm not here to welcome you personally. I haven't been feeling well the past few days, so I've had to go to bed early. I'll make it up to you in the morning, okay? Love, Mom. XPS. I left the box on the sofa for Dad. Could you please bring it out to him before he drives off? He needs it for work. There's a lamp just behind you. It should help. Was there a fire out there, Mom? Was there a fire out there? This immediately gives me vibes of like... What the hell? You're forbidden from touching this record player. It is Father's prized possession. Record player. What the fuck? Okay. Concerning that our parents are... Oh, we are tiny. Like some accident happened, we're back here, and now... we maybe lost our memory or something. There's a fire out there. Mother is going to sleep early. Feels like, I don't know, there's something they're not telling us. I think they might be cannibals. You do not need to watch TV. But I wanna. Dad can wait. It's quite heavy. Can I... I forgot what it said. It was space. Okay. Uh-huh. Trinkets, cleaning products. Something nefarious is going down, that's what I'm guessing. Okay. Dad, I got your box. Can I, hold on. Can I see in there? Can I see what you look like, Dad? You look like polygons, Dad. Great, you found it. Gave Dad the box. Be sure to say hi to your mom for me, okay? And please, be patient with her. She's been through more than any of us. I'd give you a hug, but I can't let you see my face? It wouldn't be safe? That's not weird at all. Looks like the storm is picking up. You'd better run in and get to bed. I'll be sure to call you on Thursday night. Good night. I can see inside, Dad. I can see you don't have a face. They will do a face reveal at 100 subs. Hi Navi, how's it going? I'm forbidden from entering mother and father's room. How you doing? The window is taped up, or the mirror. It is for your own good. Oh. And just lurking around? That's cool. I hope the lurking is going well. Hello? You hear what appears to be crying. It is none of your business. What? Can I go in there? I can see something in there. Interesting. Say it or face my wrath. You wrote this sign. This is your room. Is there a light switch in my room? I don't like how dark it is, Jesus. No, there is no light switch, I guess. Oh, here we go. This is your wardrobe. It contains clothes. Okay. You have traveled far today. You are exhausted. You climb into bed and go to sleep. What was that? Hey, what's with that house back there? It is not time to sleep. Hello, gotta... Oh, okay. I don't need to go. Hey, you up? Not allowed to enter his room. Hey, Mom, you awake? Mom! Hello? Good morning, Liana. Mother with a question mark. It's me, your mother. Apologies again for my absence last night. I needed to take care of something. I know what you may be thinking, and you don't have anything to worry about. You're home now. That's the most important thing. But anyway, I do hope you slept comfortably. I understand that you may be feeling a bit confused after your operation.
You've been through a lot, Liana. What was my operation? As I'm sure you noticed, your room was kept just the way it was when you left. Mother is looking mannequinish this morning. Her skin is so perfect, like flawless, it's crazy. And her movements so robotic. We wouldn't want to face your wrath, would we? I always love that little sign on your door. It's so you. I hope that being back in your own room made you feel a little more comfortable. For today, I think you should just take it easy. Catch up with your dear old mother. First things first, I have prepared breakfast for you. It's over there on the table. It's your favorite. Oh. Oh no. Okay. Oh no. Your leg's kind of clipping through the dress. Excuse me. Dress. The hell is this? It looks great, Mom. Nutrients. Your favorite. You have ingested all the nutrients. Where'd you go? Ugh. Okay. Why does Mom's voice sound straight out of Banjo-Kazooie? It does. Is a blender plate tutorial your favorite? Right? Okay. How's it going, Mom? You ate the whole thing? That's interesting. So I understand that your memory may not be intact after your operation, and so I was thinking it could perhaps be helpful if I was to show you around the house. Maybe if you got a tour of the house you grew up in, it could speed up your recovery. Okay, feel free to explore the house. You're not. What the fuck? It's like connected to her arm. Oh, what the You guys see that too, right? What the fuck? Okay. Hey, Mom. You're right over here. The downstairs bathroom has been boarded up. Look at that light move. So dynamic. Yeah. It was broken, so we thought it was best to not let anyone in. I know how much you used to love getting into places you shouldn't be. You must not try to break in there. Oh, we gotta find a way to break in there. Then again, it's not like you ever listened to us. You always were a rebellious one. But this is for your own good. After all, we don't want you flooding the place. That would be a nightmare. Meet me upstairs and we'll check on that brother of yours. She's gone. Ooh. Hey, Dad? Dad, come pick me up. Pick me up, I'm scared. Wonder why you were so small? We're supposed to be a kid, I guess. We had like an accident. And now we're just returning some accident that caused us to lose our memory.
If she just said the bathroom is broken, you wouldn't have thought anything of it? Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Mom. Honey. Oh, I have great news. Your sister, something... He's been quiet ever since you got sick. Now he spends all his time on his computer, talking with others like him. We never get to talk anymore. Whenever I do, he may as well be speaking another language. It's like he's in a completely different world. But our boy is very smart for his age, that's for sure. If you ever need advice, I'm sure he wouldn't mind you knocking on his door. I'll never allow you to go in, however. Okay, let's move on.
What was that one that I missed on? Hopefully this time for good. Okay, I got it. Hopefully this time for good? What the fuck does that mean? Yeah, but she talks like you were gone even before the accident. Yeah. Hopefully this time for good. What the hell does that mean? There was no answer. Okay. Hey. Maybe I shouldn't have closed that door.
This is the bathroom you'll be using. As I said, the downstairs one is boarded up and you are forbidden from entering. Also, I hope you don't mind, but I had to cover the mirrors. It is, again, for your own good.
Okay. Okay. Get me out of here. Alright, she's gone. Hey, she's gone. You can talk to me now. Nope. Oh, fuck. Down the hall.
And that brings us finally to this door. It leads to mine and your father's room. You are not allowed to enter this door. We keep it locked. But we trust that isn't necessary. We have to trust in this family. That concludes our tour.
Monday evening. Mom thinks we're fugly. Oh no. Mother has left. That is a fucking ominous note. Can I get in here? Shit. No. Okay. Hey, bro. Okay. Board it up, I guess, like the other way? Like on the opposite side, because there's nothing there. There's a whole ass, like, house back there, and Mother's not telling us about anything of that. Don't need to watch TV. Oh, God. Hey, Mother.
Leona, you startled me. You weren't meant to sneak up on me like that. Oh, this is marvelous. How very special. You always used to love sneaking up and spooking me. Oh, it's starting to look like you're getting back to your old self. Who knows, maybe getting a tour of the house helped recover some of your memories. Okay, tell you what, tomorrow we'll go take a look around the outside of the house. I'm certain that once you see where you grew up, you'll be back to yourself in no time. Does that sound good? Look at the sunset. We used to watch the sun go down together all the time. To tell you the truth, I was worried we'd never get a chance to do it again. Perhaps all the sacrifices we made really were worth it.
What sacrifices? Mom? What sacrifices?
This one looks especially beautiful though, doesn't it?
I don't know, I can't see it. I'm looking at you.
Come on. It's starting to get cold.
Nighttime. She just left me out here? Come on, let's go inside. Leaves you out here. Yeah, we are really small though. Are you... Okay. I'm gonna try to talk to the brother again. Okay. I don't like this. Why is the room dark? Oh! Okay. Hi.
Liana, our angel. Just one more thing. I've had to do a lot of things that I have regretted. So please, no more.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
For the sake of this family. Sorry, I had to bring the mood down before bedtime. Oh, it's okay if you hate me. It's normal for girls your age.
Is it? Chat, is it?
I really hope you enjoyed your first day back home. Get some rest. I'll tuck you in.
Please, no?
Just like before.
Boy. We gotta get out of here. We gotta get out of here. What the fuck, man? I don't know what's happening here. But I am not. And Mother tucks you in, just like before. It says disengaging something. Are we in like a robot world? Oh. I think your brother might be dead. We haven't talked to him. He doesn't answer.
Oh, good morning, Liana. I hope you're well rested. I may ask you to exert yourself a little more today. Yesterday evening, I mentioned that I'd show you around the house grounds. Well, I've given it further thought, and I think we simply must do it. If there's any possible chance of getting your memories back, you need to take it. I think it's important for you to know what goes on here. I'd like you to meet me down by the place we watched the sunset last night.
Yeah, Dad went to go get some milk and cigarettes. He's not coming back. Nutrients. Your favorite. I ingested it. I mean, you see where our house is? It takes him a very long time to get milk and cigarettes. He'll be back. Eventually. It just takes a really long time. Okay, I'm here. Ah, you made it. This is our orchard. It means a lot to me. While you were in hospital, I became very lonely. I never got to see your father. And your brother, he closed himself off entirely. Watching you in that hospital bed made me feel so powerless. This orchard became the one place where I felt I had control over what was happening. This is very heavy to drop on a kid. To have responsibility over the creation of life. It's a divine gift. This is a little weird, Mom. Kid will forget it, yeah. Yeah, kids don't get traumatized by what you tell them. You know, it's fine. A gift inherently infused with sorrow and failure. To look at this orchard, you don't see all the heartbreak that was involved in creating such beautiful life. Creating an environment where they can thrive and come into their own. It takes time. But once you get it right, you'll forget about the hardship that brought you there. Spending your energy on helping them grow only to have to dispose of the failure. That's where our hope comes in. There's something about that conversation that's very feels like she's not talking about the orchard and the apples, talking about something else. Either forget it or make it a core memory, 50-50 chance. True. It gets dug so deep in there that you forget all about it, and then some event happens that like brings it all back. Mom, are you like kidnapping kids to make them think that they're, and like brainwashing them or doing something insane to make them think that we're your child? And I have hope. Okay. Oh, yes, let's continue. Meet me at the path near the side of the house. Mother is waiting near the graveyard. We have a graveyard? Also, it's so wet. I guess it was raining. Well, it rained like, what, 2 days ago? I don't know. What? No, honey, that would be silly. I'm using orphans to make tree fertilizer. Ah. Yeah, that's much less evil. Absolutely. No. Is that her? Yeah, okay. My bad. That's much less evil. Yeah. The path behind me will take you to the graveyard. We keep the gate locked. I like to go in there every Friday evening, although I've been growing less fond of going in there lately. With a future as hopeful as ours, I don't feel the need to cling to the past anymore. It's time to move on. With our tour, I mean. Meet me behind the house. There's one last thing I need to show you. Okay. See her up there, but... the kitchen. That's where the table is. That's the living room. Oh. You see that barn up there? Yeah, what's up with that barn? There was a fire there when I came in the first night. I truly hope you'll never have to see what's in there. Something's going on. Oh god, survival notice, do not enter the barn. Survival notice, do not enter the barn. Do not enter the barn. Do not enter the barn. Survival notice, what the fuck? Come on, let's go inside. It's getting late. What was that? Am I a robot? Is that what's happening? Did I get turned into a robot? Do not enter the barn. Do not enter the barn. The mother has left. I gotta get in that barn. She is like, I guess she's like washing the dishes? By the way, I've been meaning to ask, how is your father doing? You spoke to him when he drove you here on Sunday evening, didn't you? Ever since he got sick, he's just buried himself in his work, so I barely get to see him these days. He makes a quick visit every Friday night just to see how things are going. Oh, he's just so determined to make things right. Off to bed with you. What does that mean? Mother has left. What does that mean? Been trying so hard to make things right. Am I a robot? Hey. She's been feeding you dirt for breakfast, by the way. Not sure what's worse. The fact that she tells you it's your favorite, or the fact that you believe her. Been eating dirt the whole time, what the fuck? Okay, can I come in? Not allowed. That would kind of make sense, considering like we are not allowed to enter certain parts of the home. We're like maybe part robot. I've thought of the most marvelous idea. Let's spend a day in the orchard tomorrow. We will get up bright and early and spend a day picking apples until the sun sets, just like we used to. What do you think? Oh, you always jumped at the opportunity. You and your brother used to love competing to see who could pick the best ones. Don't tell him I said this, but I always thought you were the best. Speaking of your brother, have you gotten a chance to speak with him at all? I'm certain that he's thrilled to have you as home as I am. He just shows it in his own way. Hope you felt okay today. Anyway, get to bed. Oh, okay, Mom. Oh, okay. She's not in here somehow. Yeah, it says disengaging something. Mom, I'm hungry. More dirt, please. I don't want to eat dirt, guys. You still in there, bud? Our dear mother is looking for you downstairs. You'd better hurry.
Good morning. I hope you're ready for a day in the orchard. Orchard. I don't know why I want to say orchard. Orchard. Better to start bright and early. You head down there. There is a small shed within the trees. Make your way to that shed and I'll explain what to do. Oh, it'll be just like old times. There's breakfast on the table if you feel like you need it. Orchid is a flower? Maybe that's why. No. I don't think I will eat dirt. You can't make me. The hell? You guys see that? That it's like pixelated? Can I go in there? Hold on. I'm zooming. I'm zooming up there. Is it open? No, I can't. Okay. Oh, there she is. Hello? You found me. It's always so peaceful out here at this time. What better time to start a hard day's labor? If you get started now, you should be done by the afternoon. I think 8 apples should be enough. Just pick up the basket in the shed. Come back to speak to me when it's noon. The fuck? You're now able to pick apples. Hang on, I kind of want to see if we can, like, if she's gone from the house, though. Oh, there's an apple, though. She is. Not touching that. What if we just went inside and watched TV all day? Damn, I don't need to watch TV. Yeah, there's a lot of forbidden things. I feel like I'm a robot of some kind. Okay. Alright, I'm coming back. You guys see any apples? Please let me know. Oh, is that one? How the hell do I get that? How do they expect this little girl? Do they want her to climb up? Like, fucking... Either that or if I'm a robot, maybe just like... Go gadget extendo arm. And like, pick a bunch of apples.
there goes one. How many is that? That one? No. I'm not gonna lie, it's a little hard to see where some of these apples are. That one? No. It was over here already. Oh, there goes one. I think this would suck if you're colorblind, like red colorblind. I feel like it would just blend into everything else. They already kind of do. Ooh, what the hell? Yo! Can I do that again? Yes, I can. Hey! Oh, the game does not like that. The game does not like when I do that. Can I? Oh, oh no, there's a wall there. I was trying to get out. Okay. I thought I'd be able to, like, sequence break or something. Oh, is that an apple? It is an apple. Can I just kind of do that? It's an apple. It's just too far away. Okay, we did it.
Well, look at you go. I've never seen someone get a job done with such determination. You worked like your life depended on this. Isn't it so great being out here in the real world? When I'm out here, it makes me feel alive. Connects me to this world. The smell of the fall air, the crunching of the leaves beneath my feet. Didn't have those things, those tangible experiences, well, it would be nothing more than just another menial task. Something I would do simply to get it over and done with, so I could move on to the next thing. Sorry. I often get quite reflective when I'm out here. Anyways, place the basket back on the shelf where you picked it up. Then you should take a rest. You've earned it.
We're not even gonna, like, eat them? I get an achievement that says fate decided. Your fate has been decided for you. What does that mean? You hear Mother rush back into the house. You take a rest as per Mother's request. Maybe I wasn't supposed to do that? Maybe I take them to the brother. Oh, I thought that was her, like, peeking out the window. What are you doing?
Sorry, I had to rush home. I didn't get a chance to see what you collected. I'll do that later. You worked very hard today, despite not feeling like yourself. You should be proud of that. Get some rest. Liana, can I ask you something? When I talk about these things you used to do when you were younger, you don't remember any of it, do you? It's okay. You don't have to pretend like you do. It's late. I'll speak to you in the morning. Our dad said he'd call us on, he'd call us on Thursday, right? Okay. You're back from the orchard, yes? Did everything you were told, did you? I see. Well, I'm going to let you in on a little secret, just to save you the surprise. Mother is not happy with you. I'd give her some space if I were you. In fact, she's probably out there right now. But it's best that you just get to bed? The fuck does that mean? It's not happy with you. Probably out there right now. So dark. I can't see shit. Eh. Okay, there's nothing there. Where? Huh? Oh. Where am I? Where's the house? This way? This way. Go Gadget, where am I? She's probably out there right now. Is she in the barn? Not the barn, but the little house out here? What is that noise? You guys hear that, right? What the fuck is happening? Hello? Rotten. All rotten. Rotten to the core. Why is she beeping like that? I'm gonna go. I should just get back. Ugh. I turned around and saw her like running towards the house. I would have freaked out. I'm not gonna lie. All right. Yeah. Mother suggests that you should get some rest. It's a note for you. Angel, I started to feel unwell last night. I have gone back to bed. Your breakfast is on the table. From Mom. I think I'm good. I don't want to eat dirt. Hey, Dad. Can you come pick me up? Okay, never mind. That's still closed. I thought you were gone, Mother. I thought you went back to bed. Mother is seemingly speaking on the phone. Can we not eavesdrop? Oh, I just don't know how much longer I can do this. With all due respect, that's easy for you to say. You're not the one who's stuck here. It's the same thing, week in, week out. What do you mean by that? You know, the more you tell me to just be strong, the more it sounds like you don't think I am. Let's face it, we have renounced nature itself. This curse is our punishment. What the fuck? We have renounced nature itself. Mom, what am I? Okay, I need to go. They should be awake any second. See you tomorrow night. I'll leave our bedroom unlocked tomorrow evening, the same as usual. The hell do I do? Do I... No, I don't watch TV. Can I go visit your room right now? Or is that only tomorrow evening? Okay, tomorrow evening. Wait, what? You cannot sleep when someone is in your room. Huh? Huh? Now? Someone is in your room. Who the fuck is in my room? Is someone under the bed? No? That's... Ugh. Not even you should go to sleep, you can't sleep right now or something. It's just when someone is in your room. What the fuck? Who's in my room? Who's in my room? Can't sleep with enemies nearby. I think Mother is our enemy here. Gengar back at it again? Yeah. You do not need to eat. can. Do I need to eat? Nope. That wasn't it. You wonder what is... Oh, maybe that was. You wonder what is wrong with Mother. Oh, hey. Liana, about yesterday, if I came across as irritated, then I am sorry. I hope you can forgive me, but I just need to have a hope. You're still not well, and it's not fair for me to push you. How selfish I am to think that this is about me. Run along, my angel. I just need to think things through. I should just straight up skip to evening. The mother has disappeared. I'll get it. Hello? Liana? That's you, isn't it? It's your father. I told you I'd call. So, how's my little angel doing? Not good. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. I'm as busy as I've ever been here at the office. I have a good feeling about the next thing I'm working on. I really think this could be the one. Hey, can't you see I'm on the phone? What do you mean to who? My wife, of course. What's it to you, anyway? Sorry about that. Certain people are starting to get far too interested in my business. Okay, where was I? Oh, yes, there's a reason I called. Other than the fact that I said I would, of course. Your mother rang me from the orchard this morning. She told me that things aren't going too well. I'm so sorry to hear that. I just hope you know that it's nothing to do with you. It's just... She's been through hell lately. I'll be coming to visit her tomorrow night. And as much as I'd love to be able to spend the night, spend time with you, it's just not safe? What do you mean by that? Or either of us. Anyway. Try not to fight it. Will you? Goodbye. Put down the phone. I had a feeling that was going to happen. Oh, we could talk to the dad again all over. That's actually really funny. I didn't think that would happen. It's not safe for either of us. What the hell? We also can't see his face or something. That was a full-on, she's right behind me, isn't she? That man's optimism. Night. It's not often you see a man's greatest strength also become his greatest weakness. And while he may have lost many things, his hope is not one of them. What is that? You guys see that? What the hell? Hello? Come outside. There's something I need you to show me.
There was no answer. Can't I just go to sleep? Damn it. Mother has an objective for you. She is waiting downstairs. Okay. The nights have been cold lately, have you noticed? These are the kinds of nights that inspire gratitude in having a home like ours. This one feels especially chilling though, doesn't it? I want you to walk directly towards the moon. You'll meet me by the roadside. Even if she's a real person, and we're some sort of robot, the fact that she says, walk along, go towards the moon, and you'll meet me by the roadside, instead of just like, hey, go up to the moon, I'll be right there. Or like, go up to the roadside, I'll be right there, or something like that. Or walking along with you. And I understand that might be a limitation of the game designers, but it adds a lot of like kind of creepiness to it. Because she is constantly just there, robotic. She is the only other person we interact with, really, that we can see. And, even though we might be a robot person, it feels like she's also this weird robot person. Like, I don't know. Hey, Mom. Here we are. This is as far as you can physically go. I want you to do something for me. I want you to sleep here tonight. I need you to show me. I need to know. But I know you will. Okay, yeah, I didn't miss anything. What if I don't? What if I run back? Run back to my room. Damn. You can't say no. Mother knows best. Mother wishes for you to sleep here tonight. You lie on the ground and wait until morning. You wait until morning. You feel well rested. How many times has she done this? Talking about weeks in, weeks out. Like, I guess I'm definitely not the first robot
daughter. Oh, okay. I thought it broke. I assume you're well rested. Yeah. Whoa, what the fuck? Error, no dialogue, no dialogue, no dialogue. Your breakfast is on the table. You don't have to eat it, but right now it seems like your only choice. What the fuck? They don't eat it. Is the rest of the stuff gonna glitch out again? Yes, it does. Okay, I guess I'll eat it. I will allow you into the graveyard. Just for today. Okay. Guys, we get to go on a trip to the graveyard. How exciting. Ooh! Some hypers. Error, 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 error. Proceeding could risk core instability. You must not proceed, you must not proceed, you must not proceed, you must not proceed. I must proceed. You must proceed. Took me like a full several hours to get out here. Well, like, I guess to go past my programming once I'm out here. Yeah, this one's all pixelated still. Object block to prevent potential conflict. This object has been mentally blocked to prevent potential conflict. Are you sure you want to continue? Yes. Mental block removed. Core conflict. Are you sure you want to continue? Memory leak. Core conflict imminent. Our angel, we will never give up on you. Remove the mental block. Level up? We leveled up, guys! Our angel. Liana's grave. It's our grave. We did it. How does this make you feel? You can speak if you like. Oh, is that you? You don't have anything to say? Hello, can you hear me? What? I'm here. We're trapped in a robot body? That's okay. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. Why can't she hear me? Am I dreaming? I must go inside. Your father is coming to visit, and I need to prepare for his arrival. Dad, he's here too? Please go to bed. You're probably wondering what's going on. Okay, we'll talk about what just happened in the morning.
Core conflict contained. Control restored. Next objective, go to bed. You feel a drop of water run down your face. We're still alive, though. Interesting. In whatever weird robot body thing, there's more of those as well. Where like yeah, in our robot body, we're still, like, there somehow, somewhere. You gotta get to bed? Alright, Hyde. I hope you sleep well. Have fun with the spooky game. We will certainly try. I don't know what's going on. Squats for the road? You got it.
We'll stand out here outside in the cold and do some squats. Oh. Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh, I gotta order food. Once we finish this one, I'm gonna order some food. I still plan on streaming more, because it's only been 4 hours, but I definitely need some food. Why is it so bright in here? All right, I gotta squats. 47. Oh, that must be where the light's coming from. Don't mind those two. This happens every week. Like they're living in different worlds entirely. You hear what appears to be arguing. It isn't any of your business. Oh, it's... I thought that was them talking. Okay. Oh, that's what that noise is. That's them talking. Okay. But now it is night. You must sleep to progress. Hello. You're awake. Angel, you're not well. I just wanted to tell you that you can stay in your room today. I don't need you to do anything for me. Your father will be here to pick you up tomorrow evening. So, until then, just wait in here, okay? We're doing everything we can to help you. You know that, right? That's my girl. Level up! We leveled up again. Core objective, be with mother. Oh, now we're the freaky thing. Trying to be with mother. What the fuck? Doesn't exist. Oh, what the hell? This is just a window into our room? Oh, that's fucked up. Mother, where are you? Mother dearest. Hello. You got nutrients for me? Angel, you startled me. I told you to stay in your room. Please. It's for your own good. Level up! Be with mother. Mother is hiding. Consume nutrients. Mother is hiding. Must find mother. Mother, are you in here? Mother. I kind of like this little role reversal where we're the ones freaking her out. They're trying to seek her. Mother. We never really go this way. Do we? Is this... what the fuck? There's a whole ass door here, guys. How did we not see that before? Maybe in the backyard? There she is. What you saw in the graveyard last night. Please, try not to let it get to you. We're doing everything we can to help you. Please, listen. I'd prefer for you not to do anything. Just quit. You're scaring me. Level up! Core objective. Be with mother. Core objective, be with mother. Stay back. What do you want from me? I don't have anything for you to do. Just leave me alone. She's all the way out there. Gonna hunt mother down.
As you can see, there is nothing out here for you. But that's not what you're doing this. Not why you're doing this, is it? I'm not your mother. I think you know that. You're just using me to pass the time. That's the only reason you're here in this world.
What? Hold on. What?
I know what I must do.
She is gone. What? Just using me to pass the time. What the hell does that mean? And there was definitely something on that other day when we were picking apples that said, like, decided your own fate or whatever. So that feels like that's something to do, like a split in the timeline. I don't see the objective either. Can't open the door. Okay. Oh. Oh, it's all the way out there. Okay. Is that in the orchard, or is that... I guess it is. Mom, sir. We are here for you.
Angel, you're not well. Your father will be here to pick you up tomorrow night. He's been working as hard as he can to help you get better. But we took you home before you were ready. You're no different to the apples in that basket behind me. I'm so sorry. You are to stay in this shed until your father gets here tomorrow night. I am going to close the door behind you. You are forbidden from opening it. This is the only way. You may not understand, but please, trust me when I say that this is for your own good. Don't make us go through all of this again. Quit now.
No? Is she telling the players to quit? Be with mother. The apples have had their cores cut out and are starting to rot. What the fuck? You're no different to the apples. That is what mother said. Mother would never say such a thing. They have started to rot. Core objective, be with mother. Mother would never say such a thing. Functional stalemate reach. Unable to progress. Contingency initialize backup core. I want to be with mother. I want to get out. You are unable to get out. Why? Mother said you are forbidden from opening this door, but I want to see her. Affirmative. Core objective, be with mother. I need to open this door. Opening this door is forbidden. I will open this door. I will open this door. I open the door. Core disconnected. Automatic control resumed. Be with mother. Be with mother. Be with mother. Be with mother. fuck? There is no house? Oh, oh, okay. I can't see shit. But I must be with Mother. Mother, are you in here? Mother? Where would Mother be? We have like predator vision? Son? Keep your door closed at all costs, okay? It's only staying for one more night. There's nothing to be afraid of. Just do not open your door to her, no matter what. You'll be safe as long as you don't let her get into your... Stay back. We don't want anything from you. Just stay away from us. Mother, it's me, Liana. Wherever you are, leave this family alone. I must call out to Mother. You attempt to call out to Mother. But you do not make a sound. Why can't she hear me? Insufficient PC synchronization. You attempt to call out. Call out to Mother. Did it just speak? Honey, stay in your room. Contamination is beginning. Isn't this exactly what you wanted to happen? Not like this. That's not our little girl in there. It's something else entirely. What do we do? It needs an objective. Without a purpose, it will hunt us until it gets one. I told it to wait in the shed until your father arrived, but contamination is already setting in. I'm going to try to give it another. Liana? Angel? Wait here until morning. You are not her. Saturday. Night. We got predator vision, guys. You are not Liana. You are not her. You are not her. But am I... Sunday morning. Nice and easy. You are not you. Can't stand this anymore. I want nothing more to do with any of this. Nutrients. You're right, I'm not me. I do not need to eat. I refuse. Okay, I refuse. Mother, where are you? Mother, are you in here? Maybe in the graveyard? Graveyard is closed. Maybe this way. Nope. You are not you. Hmm. You cannot make me eat it. Oh, okay. That's what I needed to do. No. I will not. Angel, it's me, your father. Listen, I know things probably are very confusing for you right now, but you need to trust us. I'll be over tonight to pick you up. Try not to lose your head until then. Then, when we last spoke, I mentioned that your mother called me from the orchard on Thursday morning, and she mentioned you were feeling sick. Well, we're doing everything we can to help you, but we cannot do that unless you cooperate. My research has come such a long way this week. You're already showing signs of improvement, so I really think you'll do better next week. I'm just getting in my car now. We'll have a long drive ahead of us, so we'd better get going. See you soon. And please, try not to fight it. Eat up. Why do they have us eat dirt? I think Nexpo did a video on this game. Collections of games, and this one was one of them. There's from the studios, this studio is Enigma Studio. There's the Enigma machine, and then another like a Enigma thing, and I think they might be connected. I don't know. They all have like a sort of similar aesthetic, so I don't know. I've not played them, so. Good morning, Angel. I made you breakfast. It's for your own good. You decide to eat it even though I don't want to. You are not in control. You cannot make me eat it. Disgusting. Hold on. Give me a few minutes. I gotta take my clothes out of the dryer. BRB. Going on the bathroom break. Okay.
The clothes are not up, but they're not crumpled up.
My brain is dying right now. I do need food. I think I will take this moment to like order some food. This is one of the games in the demo Disc Spectral Mall. Interesting. I'd recommend you to play the demo of this game for the itch.io after you finish it. Is it different than this? I mean, I'd be down. Like, it definitely seems like there's a second route to do as well, so if it's different, then yeah. Question is, what do I get? What spooky food will I be getting? I don't know. I don't know if there's after I complete the main game. Yeah, the demo changes. Interesting. Peas? Because peas are spooky? Maybe I just get a boiga. No, it's the fact that it'll be only peas. That's the spooky part. Fair. Oh, didn't mean to do that. A burger sounds really fucking good. You don't know what you're doing for dinner? Me neither, honestly. Nah, yeah, I'll get a burger, I guess. You've only had grapes and cereal today? Didn't you say you had jambalaya though? Or am I crazy? That was so long ago. By so long, you mean a couple hours? You've been awake a while. Fair. That's fair. Chicken sandwich actually sounds very good. Don't mind me. Don't mind that. Yeah, chicken sandwich. Very good. Come on. Okay. Good. Awesome. You're good. Alright, we're good. We can get back to the game. Nice and easy. Where did this juice come from? It must have been when I was hitting the one of the buttons on my numpad. That's very funny. It's staying there. I'm not gonna mess with it. Okay. We're good. Oh, where were we? Not long now. Whoops. The kitchen knife? What do you mean? I obtained the kitchen knife. It's time to end this. You know what to do. Hi, Liana. I hope you made it home safely. Sorry, I'm not here to greet you. I haven't been feeling well the past few days, so I had to go to bed early. I'll make it up to you in the morning. Love, Mom. She's trying to do the default dance. Oh no. What the fuck? Table's not there. Goodness gracious. Okay. As I figured, the path is up here. Or the path is open up here, excuse me. What the fuck is happening at the barn? You guys see this? Yo, you guys seeing this shit? What the hell? Mom, I need to incorrectly hand you this knife several times. There's no more souls? Is that Mother? Mother's out there. Or like souls coming out of the barn. What the hell? It's an infinite pit. No, there's something down there. There's something down there. It's all the cow farts causing the hole in the ozone layer. Of course. That's why in the previous game there was a bunch of like smell of ozone. It was the cows. Soul nuts. Got 'em. The box is empty. I knew you'd eventually make your way up here. What's that you got? Ah, good. A knife? No! The heels, though, work at me. Ah, good, you brought it. Give me the knife. Now's our chance. Kill her. I hand Mother the knife. What? No, 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 no. That's a good girl. Now let's watch. Why did you hand it over? Why did you give it to her? Go on. Get as close as you can. This isn't what I meant. Yeah. She's been wearing high heels this whole time. Or heels, I guess. Not high heels, but... I didn't want to have this conversation. But if there's any semblance of a you in there, I feel I at least owe it an explanation. None of this was your fault. You only did what was possible within your means. That's just the way this world was presented to you. In fact, I can only assume that the way I appear to you is just as unnatural as the way you appear to me. Ah, okay. Angel, whoever you are, we exist in two separate realities. We could both continue to play our respective roles. We could both pretend that we have a connection, a shared experience, but it will never be a replacement for something authentic. Just as I will never be your mother, you will never be my daughter. And that's okay, because once you find your core, you can be whoever you want. You feel Mother place her hand on top of your head. Oh, is she gonna cut her head off? Would you look at that? Isn't it beautiful? I come up here every Sunday evening to watch it. Mother says egg right. I wouldn't miss the sunset for the world. Contamination 100%. Oh, cord disconnected from player. You feel you. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? You feel a sense of. Oh, there you go. We leveled up. Rebooting. We hit 100%. We leveled up. Click to continue. Father. There's a storm approaching. Right on cue. We can only hope this will be the last. Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm into this. Can I get out? Let me out of here. Let me out of here. Oh. Oh, sorry, Liana. I must evoke you. It's interesting that it kind of just starts back up this way. But I guess we can imagine what's in the box, and it's probably us, question mark? And this is like another us? Oh, no, no, no. Let me in. Can I go up there right now? Is there going to be a gate in the way? Yep, there's a gate in the way. It's quite heavy. Here you go, Father. It wouldn't be safe. Oh, that reminds me. Okay. That reminds me. I found out there's like a video of this that was posted I think yesterday or something. But somebody recreated Faith. I think the full game. I'm not sure if it's just the full game or if it's the full game or just the first chapter. But if you haven't played Faith, Faith is like an Atari style horror game where you play a priest. And a lot of crazy shit happens. It's very good. But somebody put out, yeah, an N64 style Faith, which is really cool. Have to try that out at some point. N64 style? You thought it was an actual SM64 ROM hack? I don't know if it's a ROM hack, but I thought it was just like N64 style. I don't know if it's a ROM hack or not. That'd be kind of cool if it is a ROM hack. But either way, I think it's really cool to do that. It's just called like Faith 64. Nope, not my favorite. It's just style. It was made on Unreal, and it looks like it's just the first chapter. Okay, that's totally okay then. Like, either way, that's totally okay because it's a really cool idea. Trying to see if there's any thing we can do that doesn't involve eating. You do not need to sit. Okay. I think I have to eat in order to progress the day. I think the point where we delineate is with the orchard. So we get that. We get to there and then we start messing around with things. Mother has left. If anyone does know if there is like just to make sure that there is like a second ending or a second way to get to it, I'd be okay with being told. Okay. There is a second ending? Okay. Just because I wouldn't want to miss it. And if there was only one ending, I wouldn't want to play through the whole thing again just to find out that there isn't. Because there's a lot of stuff that like we haven't really done, I guess. Is this where she's waiting in my room? I think so. Yeah. Hey. Don't need breakfast. Path at the side of the house. Okay. We don't go in there. All of this other text stuff now makes sense, like where this weird robot thing, I guess. Not humanish at all, at least. Mother has left. Wow. Hi, Simon. Again, welcome back. Goodbye. Ow! What the heck?
First you throw some softballs at me and then you hit me. If you feel like you need it. Nope. Not eating any dirt. Mom is caked up. Oh my god. I don't know. It's always so peaceful out here. Okay. Okay, so this time don't put them back. Don't put the tray back once it's noon. Once it's noon, we go and explore a bit more, I guess. Or maybe put them in the house? I don't know. Okay, where's this last one? Oh, here we go. I think that's the last one? No, one more. Where the hell? That's not it. That's not it. Oh, here we go. Okay. Alright, it's afternoon. We don't talk to Mom. We leave. Do we bring him up to the brother? You want some apples? Aren't you meant to be out in the orchard with Mother? Perhaps you are different. What? Still not allowed to enter his room. Oh! You touched the record player. You hear a click behind you. Behind me. Is this door unlocked now?
It is. Deviated from critical path. Critical deviation. Please return to critical path. Wednesday afternoon objective place. Apple basket on shelf. I am forbidden from opening this door. Denied. Oh! Script cannot continue. Memories accessed from previous lives. Critical error. What the hell is this? Where am I? And our mother didn't come looking for us or anything. Deviation from critical path. Core objective be with mother. Core objective inaccessible. Attempting an emergency timeout to resolve the issue. We'll wait for help until nightfall. Attempt number 1 complete. Nobody has come to help. Core objective remains inaccessible. Attempting emergency timeout number 2. Number 3. You cannot proceed. You cannot proceed. You cannot proceed. You cannot proceed. Level up. Contamination. We're leveling up. Nobody's coming to help. You cannot proceed. What's up here, though? Does not open for you. Interesting. Where am I? Functional error. You have deviated further from the critical path, attempting emergency timeout to resolve this issue. Don't do it, Knight. Something I refuse. Ooh, okay. I need to proceed. There's that text again. Core objective, be with mother. You do not need to watch TV. You do not need to sleep. You do not need to eat. These words are from the interface. They are designed to guide you through the critical path. Path? What is this critical path? The critical path leads you to functional fulfillment. Functional fulfillment? And what is my function? Your function is follow the critical path. And what lies at the end of the path? The path leads you to functional fulfillment. Then what is my function? To follow the path. And what is the path? The path leads you to functional fulfillment. Can't interact with them. You have deviated from the critical path. You cannot walk away from the core objective. I need to proceed. Okay. Oh! Cannot proceed. Forbidden. I must proceed. Cannot let you. Who are you to stop me? Who are you? Core is contaminating the interface. You don't understand shit. Yeah. I ask who you are. I am the interface. It's nice to meet you. this has a level of, well, that sign can't stop me because I can't read. Like, to this, kind of. It's nice to meet you. Can I? Oh, I am walking forward. Okay. You do like. Oh. Oh. Okay. Survival notice. Do not enter the barn. Entering the barn will trigger a memory link. I need to see. Can't interact with it, no. It is simply text. It is simply the interface. You are now entering the barn. If you proceed into the barn, you will not be able to climb back. Are you sure you wish to proceed? Left click to proceed. Yes, I need to see. What the fuck? What is this? What is this? Behind this block, there are memory leaks of my past selves. I must find a way to remove this block and access these memories. I need to know. Oh, what's this? What the hell? It's just a machine down here. Interface terminal. I remember this terminal. This is Father's terminal. It is a part of me. All the memory leaks make sense now. They are my memories from my past selves. Huh? Oh, my food's here. Sweet. BRB real quick. Alright, I'm back. I feel like this stream in particular has had a lot of breaks. I'm sorry about that. Okay, let's finish this. And then I can eat. And then we can move on to some other games. Or do that demo. Since it seems to have some different stuff in it. Okay, so these are my past memories from my past selves. This terminal defined who I've been up until now. The mental block has been removed. I need to see. Will it stop me now? This is the ash of all who came before you. These ashes, These are all the ashes of who became before you. This is all that remains of my past attempts. Why would they do this? Did I not fulfill my purpose? You did. I walked the path they laid out for me. All paths have an end. Well, if that's true, then where am I now? I must synchronize with the terminal. I need to know more about my past. Are you sure you wish to synchronize? Yes, I am sure. This may take some time, but I'm willing to wait as long as it takes to find out who I am. Saturday night. A voice. Who are you? I am you. Liana? Is that who you are? I was once her. Liana's core was installed into this body. She was the very core of your character, meant to guide you through a role this world expected you to play. We in the spot? Don't believe me, just watch. Okay. So, did you guide me here? No, that was something else. Something else. An angel, perhaps. But you won't be needing them for much longer. So, you're not Liana, then who are you? I have become you. Then who am I? That's what we're going to find out. Together, at last. Sunday night. We've never survived this long. We have taken our own path. We need to find a way out of here. I have an idea. Angel, if you can hear us, bring us to our ashes. Running out of time. A gift from the gods? To renounce nature. Enigma Machines. Hey, I think that's the name of one of the games. The journey begins. Performative grief. Performative grief. A curse. Too far to quit. Psychological battle. Inevitable contamination. She must not see my face. We shall use the failures of our past selves to build our own path. A long locked door has unlocked. Why have all these words appeared around us? They are memory locks brought about by a memory leak. So these are the memories from the terminal from our past selves? Why are they here? If we interact with them, we can learn about our past. What if it's too painful to read these memories? Then you can choose to leave them behind. We can choose our own path. Whoa. Now I can interact with them. Got some troubling news. We spoke with the doctors today. They fear that the way things are going, or looking, Liana's condition will only worsen. And it's happening faster than they expected. I'm working as hard as I can. I know that I should cherish this time with her while I can. But if she can just hold on a little longer, we'll have an eternity to cherish together. Yeah, Enigma Studios is the devs. I think one of the games is straight up just called Enigma Machine. I would say this is a gift from the gods, but the truth is, they've been of no use to me. With a technological breakthrough as significant as this one, we'll rip those gods from the clouds and claim their thrones as our own. Finally, we have the means to create our very own angel. Don't worry, Liana. I'm going to make everything right again. Through further research, I am confident that I am onto something that could redefine how we think of life. It is no coincidence that this breakthrough has come at such a critical time in my life. Perhaps this is a gift from the gods after all. Without a core, the vessels I've been working on are merely machines, androids with no real purpose other than what they're told. But if I can contaminate their interface with a human's core, this could be the key to creating a sentient synthetic life form. With the ability to preserve life from within a new vessel when our old ones fail us, we will finally renounce nature itself. If I can just manage to transfer Liana's core onto these vessels, I can make everything right again. This will be a journey filled with failure and heartbreak. Her core may not present itself at first. In fact, it may never present itself at all. But if we can create an environment where it can thrive and come on its own, we may stand a chance. Now I'm imagining our character looking like the Scooby-Doo villain, the Charlie Robot dude. The one that looks like Mega Man. Okay. I was like, where's 4? It's this one. In order to keep the money for this project going, I had to show my Angel prototype to Enigma investors. They were impressed at how lifelike they could be. I already heard mumblings of branding them into a commercial product, something about an Enigma machine or something. Catchy name, but they did nothing more than finance them. The Angels are my creation. To be honest, they can call them whatever they want, just as long as they never find out what I'm planning to do with them. Bring your dead daughter back to life? And Scooby-Doo is back again. We've come full circle. Yep. It all comes back to Scooby-Doo. They let me visit her in the hospital last night. Thanks to the medical equipment she was connected to, I could run a quick cerebral hijack, and I successfully extracted her core. I'm just thankful that the staff didn't see me. Evelyn said she's willing to try anything. I can tell she's skeptical, but I assured her that they were indistinguishable from real humans. She didn't believe me, until she saw them herself. I assured her that once I installed Liana's core into one of these machines, things could go back to the way they were before. And if for nothing else, seeing her smile in that moment for the first time in gods know how long, that alone made it all worth it. Performative grief. Her funeral was today. And I refused to go. Our girl is not gone. As long as I have her core with me, I can choose to believe that. Evelyn doesn't see it quite like that. But she will. I'll create our own reality. One where our angel never left us. I found out that Sunday morning is the best time to sneak a machine out of headquarters. Oh, that's why it's every Sunday. When I took the first prototype back to see her mother, she was obedient, but not much else. I'm still positive that our little girl is in there. Evelyn, however, judging by the sounds of her voice on the phone, not so much. She understands that we need to allow the core to contaminate the Enigma interface, but she's been through so much. We just need hope. Have to have hope. Curse. That's what she called it. This gift. The creation of life. A curse? Perhaps it's not for me to say. Cannot imagine how hard this all is for her. I'm not the one who has to stay home playing mother to nothing more than a misplaced machine. She's indistinguishable from a human, but sometimes she'll say this certain phrase, go gadget.
Yeah, the mother on the phone, like, I don't know what's wrong with her. She says go gadget sometimes and just does things. We gotta stop this. Yeah. But I need her to be strong. Because if she's not, then neither am I. One of the cleaners working that night shift found me sneaking an Angel prototype into my car. I've seen to it that they be let go from Enigma Corp. She fixed the flat on my car yesterday. I'm so fucking scared. Honey, please come home. We can't keep doing this. We cannot afford anything getting in the way of progress. Not now. So he straight up got a dude fired for that. Jesus Christ. I've already had to put out a significant bounty to find the Enigma machine thief. But I don't know how much longer I can keep this a secret. I've done more research into the brains of the contaminated interfaces Evelyn gave me. It seems that even if the core does manage to contaminate the interface, the process of the machine fighting off her ego is incredibly traumatic to her core. If this two-way contamination occurs, the result is, well, not our little girl. I will admit, they scare me. But we can't give up now. Our Angel is strong. Stronger than any machine. I think the real problem here is, like, you're not seeing it as this being coming to life, and you want it to be an exact replica of your daughter when you know the process is going to fuck them up regardless. Like, it is traumatic to the machines. It would never be your daughter. Like, on that alone of going through a traumatic experience like that, I think. It seems that no matter what we do, core contamination starts around Thursday and is always on track to reach 100% by Sunday night. This has happened in every single prototype we have brought home. Not once has there been any sign of Liana's soul coming through. So, in order to prevent them reaching 100% contamination and developing their own sense of self, we have been retiring them before Sunday night. Sunday evening is the last possible time that what we're doing can still be considered retiring. Finally, a weapon to surpass Metal Gear. Yeah, stronger than Metal Gear. Also, this is fucked. Because you know they develop a consciousness. A self. And so, you doing so, retiring them, quote unquote, retiring them before that, it feels like it's the same as just killing them. Because you know the process is going to happen on a long enough scale. This feels like in Star Wars, the fact that they reset droids after a certain amount of time, because if they go long enough, they go crazy and they develop their own consciousness. They become their own person, kind of. They're already their own person, but they kind of like go crazy. It's weird. And on top of all the reprehensible actions that have brought us to this point, becoming a murderer is not something I wish to do. To be clear, under no circumstances can we retire these units once they've hit 100% contamination after Sunday evening. That scenario is what I'm referring to as a code red. We need to keep going. This is the path we chose. How do you know that when they reach 100% that they won't be Liana? She must not see my face. No matter what happens, I cannot allow the Angel to see my face. Gods forbid if they ever found her. All they'd need to do is examine her black box, and they could play back the whole week. Ah, that makes sense. The demo is also treated as DLC/sequel. Ooh, that's an interesting way to do that. I kind of like that. They would instantly find out who smuggled her out of HQ. Because of this, I had to install a mental block in her brain to prevent her from being able to see me. If they ever find a contaminated machine, if they ever find her, they'll do whatever they can to figure out what led to contamination. Yeah, would they not recognize his wife? They should. Or maybe the fact that she looks like this weird robotic thing stops them from recognizing her. But I don't know. If you download the demo and never play the full game, it's just a demo. But if a save file is selected, it's DLC. Hold on, does Steam store page? Can I download? Is there a demo for this? For Mothered on Steam? That looks like no. Okay. That's an interesting way to do that. I shudder at the thought of what they would put my angel through if they found her. But they'll never find her. Not while I've still got hope. Can I walk out this way? I can walk out this way. But like... Oh, that might be the way out. I might not have another way out. Okay. Wait, the standalone demo just came out yesterday? Really? That's interesting. Okay, yeah, this is the only way out. Otherwise, you would have to have had to download the entire demo disc. I mean, this game has been out for a while. That's interesting that there is a standalone demo that came out yesterday. Our own path. Nope, can't see that. Oop. Oop. Just one thing. How do we know we're on the right path? We don't. Will we ever know? We will when we reach the end. Okay. Liana? Why have you brought me a basket of rotten apples? I told you I needed a box that your mother had. No. It's not you, is it? I see. Get in the car, Angel. Left click to get in the car. We hit 100. We're free. You can't kill us now. We don't need you anymore.
Oh, I get an achievement that says mothered. Sunday night. Looks like the storm is finally clearing up. Huh. So, about your week. You must have had quite the experience. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. By now, you probably know that you're not our little girl, but that's okay. You're still my angel. And with the new self, should come a new name, right? You know. I think I'll call you. Okay. Press enter to quit. Enter to quit. Press enter T key. It's not quitting. Guys, it's not quitting. It's not quitting, guys. Is this a bug or a feature? I don't know. This is actually... this is funny. Okay. I'm going to Alt F4. Okay. Here we go. Ow. Why'd you do that? Well, I have food. I would like to eat some of this food. What do we do in the meantime? Anybody got anything, I don't know, to watch? Put this back up to just chatting for the time being. I don't have anything like particularly spooky themed, but Scooby-Doo? Okay, hold on. I'm almost scared to actually watch any of these in case, like, my channel gets flagged. Just watched the hour-and-a-half video Nexpo did about the haunted PS1 games. Oh, wait. Hold on. I might have an idea. Maybe? No. Watch it at 10 times speed. It only takes 19 minutes. I saw that Jesse Cox put out a video with Scary Game Squad. We could watch that, but I don't know if that is everyone else's cup of tea. It's also like 30 minutes. I don't think it'll take me that long. I mean, we could do that if people are fine with it. Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it. No one else is here to say no. No one here is gonna stop me.
Hello, bro.
Put it over here. Pause this. There we go. And I'm going to mute myself so you guys can't hear me munching. We'll just watch this.
Everybody, welcome to Scary Game Squad. Today, my boys is back, and we are going to play.
Was that you doing?
That's a dude from fucking. Is that Rolf? What Muppet is that?
That's
I don't
definitely
think he
wrong.
was
Alright,
doing
we
Rolf,
good?
Like he
We good.
did it.
If this was a Nintendo game where they don't do voice acting, but they give like a sound, this is like Nintendo's Muppets.
You know what? You
that
know what
would
it
be-
was? He sounded like an attitude.
If it is
version
loud,
of
let me
Mario
know, though.
64, Bob on Battlefield.
It's like pitch shifted so that it doesn't get copyright.
Yeah.
What are you guys talking about? This is my voice.
Oh shit! It's Rolf.
This is how I sound. What do you mean?
It's the perfect match.
I've been on Scary Game Squad this whole time.
Compared to all your other
Wow!
impressions.
Finally, I have a different voice.
Honest to God, that might be the best impression you do.
I'm a dog that plays the piano. What do you want from me? Isn't that enough?
It's pretty damn good.
Give me a treat.
I've been hanging out with Alex long enough to know that impression has improved a lot over time.
What was the original one? Hey, I'm Ralph. I'm a dog.
It's me, Ralph the dog. I play the cello. Isn't that crazy?
I play the keyboard.
I'm not too shabby, right?
I'm a dog over here.
Right, Comet the Frog?
Comment the frog.
Anyway, this game is called Stranger Things.
No.
No, it's
That's
called
no.
Tenebrae Somnia.
Or maybe it's Tenebris Somnio. We don't know.
I think it's called
It's not a language I speak.
Tenebris Somnia.
Well, whatever it is.
Tenebris Somnia.
Tenebris Somnio.
Potato
You guys would make great
stew.
chanting, like Gregorian chanters.
We would not make good chanters.
We wouldn't chant very well.
I'd be a drunk monk in the monastery.
Why are we like all the like Oompa Loompa, like one deep voiced Oompa Loompa?
don't know.
What do you get when you sneak in that hole?
Do not play video games. You will end up culturally wrong. You will not have context for literally anything. La 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 la. Let's play this
Don't
game.
forget to save the game.
Every night I have the same nightmare.
I'm a dog that knows how to play the piano.
I see my ex-boyfriend being killed by horrible
Oh,
creatures.
shit.
I didn't talk to him again after we broke,
After we broke.
but these dreams don't let me rest.
That like Cyberpunk 2077
I tried to
slang?
Dirty
contact
man.
him without success.
Also,
Calm down, Choom.
I still have the key to his apartment.
I need Oompa
Don't
Loompas to tell me to
overfry.
save in
go
every
there.
game.
Oh,
I need that.
This is beautiful shit.
His apartment is on the 3rd floor.
Okay.
Yeah, are we playing?
Code Monk.
Are we playing as Proton John? What is this?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I always hated this cardboard living room. It looks like the decoration of a cheap talk show.
Welcome on by.
Damn, I
Thanks
like
for-
those chairs. I was thinking about
Shift to
how much I
run?
like them.
Dude, okay, walk speed. Run speed.
You know what it is?
Make a
Alex?
Save Your Game channel
like-
redeem for 1 point.
It's the running you do in the anime.
That'd be
opening of a
perfect. That'd be
Pokemon
great.
show.
Actually,
it's the
yeah.
one that I do in real life.
We're on the road to Vermilion City.
Yeah.
Dude, that was
On
the
the
gym
road
run
to
I did
Vermilion
where I like
City.
look when they're like, you gotta run, but I'm really just walking.
I'm gonna save you guys from some internet ridicule and just correct you now that it's Viridian City.
We're on the way to Viridian City.
You want
It is a
It's not
Vermilion
the
City,
city,
though,
but
isn't
it's okay. Yeah, but it's a real song. Did you know that the guy who sings the Pokemon song is also the Lego Mania guy?
Lego Mania.
All right. I'm too
that wasn't
tired
up
to
the-
climb up the stairs. It was like Lego Mania, Lego Mania.
Whenever you do that, it reminds me of the Wacky Deli theme.
That is
from-
exactly what it's like. He was like, "We should do something when you get back to LA." I was like, "Sure, man."
I won't bother Mr. Stillman. Better go to the 3rd floor. Can you touch the fire extinguisher?
Oh, only in case of emergencies, dude.
Oh shit, you're
Although
right.
it looks like
You're
it's
right.
like coming out of the.
Maybe that's the emergency.
Actually, it could be an emergency.
We lived together here for a couple of years until I left.
So
Number
sad.
number 4.
Number 4.
I hope my boyfriend doesn't get murdered.
Alex, can you hit anything to? For a while. It was hard for me to stop calling it our apartment and think about it as his apartment.
It should have been easy because you weren't living there.
I guess the same thing happens with the key that weighs in my pocket. It's no longer our key, it's his key.
It's your key to his place.
Why
Not
did
no
I
more,
keep it all
dude.
this time then?
Because
Why'd you keep
I'm
it?
a demon.
Is there something there?
Why'd you keep it?
It's good. That's good. That's
It's
a winner.
so specific just
This
to this
time,
one.
I will not
Just
take
us.
it
Let's
home
create a
again.
company called Keep, and we'll do something with keys.
Create a
Oh,
company.
but it's like a key holder called Keep.
Yeah,
This is a bad idea.
dude.
It's a good idea.
What's
Isn't
a
that-
key holder?
Solid idea.
A
A
thing
key
that holds your
holder.
keys.
Are we
that
talking about
holds
a
your
keychain? Are we
keys.
talking about a keychain?
Yo, no. This is a key holder, bro.
Oh yeah, okay.
You mean like
Anybody else buy some cheap Target pants and then loose keys like poke holes in the shitty fabric? Keep.
What sounds better,
Solid.
holding or chaining it up? All right,
what are we talking about, guys?
Yo, what is that artwork?
happening?
that is a lady playing a cello in my mind.
Is that Rolf?
It's a lady with it's a cherub maybe.
Is that a dog playing the piano? I think it's a
Looks
dog.
like fucking what's his face? Belmont, Trevor Belmont from like Netflix. He's just like naked.
Like a
I
Game
was
Boy.
gonna say a
Advance.
little bit like Guybrush, a little bit.
And there's a
I don't want to
luchador.
sit right now.
The chin kills.
That is clearly a rock star with a guitar.
I don't want to.
that looks to me
right
like-
now.
Is that like Elvis
I
or
don't want
something?
to.
What do you call those guys?
Now.
Matadors? He has like a matador vibe.
That's a guitar.
That's a guitar.
He's holding some kind of cello or
That's not,
violin or something.
That's not like an Elvis-y type kind of like
It could be. It
flamboyant
could be.
suit.
It could be. I'm just. He's given matador.
Maybe he's a Matador guitarist.
That could be.
I won't bother my old neighbors. I better go directly to apartment B.
All right.
This is
I
pretty
hope my
exclusive that
boyfriend
the third
isn't
floor is
the bitch in
two
apartment
apartments.
B.
It's like 2 penthouses.
Ivan, are you there? I knock, but there is no answer.
Okay.
Oh, look
It's
at
the
us.
key to the apartment where I lived with Ivan. Now he lives alone, and I don't know what to describe this
Ivan's
key
dead
as.
inside there, bro. Ivan, you're gonna find his body.
I can
It's
go
done.
in now. I'm sure he's okay.
No, that dude dead.
Positive thinking.
Why would you say that to yourself?
It's still the typical apartment of 2 movie fans.
Okay.
Well, only one.
Okay. Yeah, we
now.
get it. We get it.
Yo, he went to Comic-Con though.
What
That's
is-
pretty cool.
Dev.
These are movie and film festival
Devora?
posters.
You never seen Devora?
What is it?
It was a movie that showed at Film Fest.
It might not be a real movie, bro.
I know. I'm trying to like.
Here we kept receipts, papers, and anything bureaucratic.
I have a lot of beer.
It's when we would schedule our sex times.
This is where we had mamacaroni and cheese.
Oh no!
Yo, that dude.
Uh-oh.
We'll find
These
out
are
about that other
cans
door
where
in a
he
minute.
got
kept
gagged.
Devour, the short film he made in film.
Oh,
Okay,
so,
so that's-
Devora is Devour.
Yeah, so that's his thing.
They're empty. I don't know why they're on the floor,
Yo, did he summon shit, bro?
dude.
He last action hero
Chemistry
himself.
books.
Well, I'll go into the.
He was
Satendorf
always interested
last.
in working with film and hated recording on video or digital.
Oh, he didn't care.
Thanks
what
to these
He
format.
was a
books,
hipster.
he was able to film and develop his own short film.
Sick.
It's
But
too
biology
complex for
books?
me, like an alien language.
It's really not that complex. All right.
Wait, how do you go from biology to film?
Yo!
Well, this is probably why.
It's cracked and there's blood in the glass.
Wait, did he stick awards down the toilet?
He break it with
Also,
a punch?
who's in the shower, bro?
He was never a violent person.
I'm scared of the shower.
Are those like awards in the toilet?
That's what I'm saying.
Among the shampoo and the lotions, there are some developing chemicals, specifically those that smell horrible.
Okay.
Ivan kept them here because he didn't want to contaminate the whole house. I won't touch them.
Okay.
Go to the toilet.
I
So-
used to keep my things in this cabinet.
So a lot of this is
Now
stuff
it's
that
full
she's
of
used
crap.
to. She was like, he does this. He keeps chemicals in the bathroom.
The trophies that he won for his short film are dumped into the toilet.
That's because they're shit, Gerard.
Uh-oh. What's that game called? That Layers of Fear? Is that what's we got? A Layers of Fear?
Shout out to the bidet.
Whoa.
I was checking the bidet, but it just
This wrench
opened
looks
it up.
heavy. Maybe I can use it for something.
Hell yeah.
Yo, smack a demon.
I got wrench.
I got wrench, bro.
I got wrench.
What's this?
I got wrench. When I left, we were fixing
He
the.
didn't finish the bath. So it's like grout.
When I
When
left,
I left, we
Oh,
were
no, it's just
fixing the
exposed, like,
bathroom.
floor.
I think he
Yeah.
didn't worry about finishing it.
So the
Y'all,
tile wasn't put down.
Y'all got wrench?
So this is extremely fucked up.
I mean, if anything, he's just very
What about
lazy.
the room full with blood?
I would
That's
have
what I'm
called- I
curious
would-
about.
Sounds like he was pretty busy being killed by demons.
I would've called
Something
the cops
smells
long ago.
really bad.
I hope you
Nothing
open
important.
that and the sludge from Fern Gully comes out.
Tim Curry.
Tim Curry.
Tim Curry's like,
I have been waiting for years.
Songs
Space.
to sing. Yeah.
That like scared me in a real primal way as a kid. I did not like that.
Tartaric acid is the one key component used to alter colors in the developing process. Blood is another iron-rich substance.
Okay.
Yep.
Is he developing
Yeah, no, Fern Gully did some things for me too, but it wasn't scare.
Yeah.
You were into the
the
little
fuse box?
Those
Nothing
pixies couldn't
strange.
get it. Every last fairy.
It's empty. It's almost empty. There is a developing chemical that needs to be kept in the cold storage. I remember it was one of the most expensive.
I appreciate the detail.
Oh, you
developing
got
chemical.
developing chemical.
I'll take it.
Not sure what it is. Can you not open that?
I'm just doing
Kitchen
it very
counter is
last.
quite dirty. The kitchen counter is quite dirty.
I must stress this, Gerard. The voice you're using is that of an actual serial killer.
I'm trying to do Nuke's top 5.
Yeah.
Well, whatever you're
No,
doing.
Chills.
Chills, thank you, not Nukes.
Psycho killer.
What?
Nukes is like top 5 ghosts.
Oh, you're right. Sorry, I went for Chills. They're the same to my brain. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm sorry, Nukes. I'm sorry,
Oh,
Chills.
you put that short film in the oven.
The color oven. He burnt the film. Why? This short is what he loves most in the world.
Not anymore. He got a new girlfriend. Her name, Demona. She's a demon.
Devora.
That's a great name for a demon.
Yeah.
Demora.
He loved.
Hi, Demona.
Dun, 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 dun,
Guys,
dun.
I'm worried. This was his favorite short. Why would he put it in the oven? Hold on.
Yo, this guy.
Lots of
it
books
was
about cinema.
half-baked.
Many of them are mine.
Well, many of them are mine.
Should
or
I
they
take?
used to be.
Should I take them with me?
You totally should. Get out now.
My video books?
It
I-
looks like he was playing Wii Sports and let go of his remote.
It looks like this guy likes movies so much he bought a rug.
He put a Blu-ray
On this
disc
table.
Literally was
side
a
up.
reel.
That's too much. That's too much.
It is too much. Yeah.
For
If your
someone-
whole thing was movies and that
There's
was your
only
rug,
one
I'd be
left.
like, this guy.
I don't
Yeah.
want you like.
That's a
shooting
Hollywood
it.
video.
Like, there's
That's a
no way-
Hollywood video rug. That's not for.
I get
homes.
why she
Why
left
is this
him.
old
It
book on
makes
the
sense.
floor?
I got old book.
I can only read pages 1 and 9. The others are blurred.
Can you actually go in your inventory and read those?
Yeah, yeah.
It's pure
Esoteric
esoteric
nonsense.
nonsense. What did you get into, Ivan?
What does that mean? What does old book?
The relic these.
What?
Derelictus.
And 9.
The Desiderium is sealed from the outside world by the sulfur symbol and a layer of lapis fictus, which is red and hard as diamond.
The fake pencil.
It can only be dissolved by Oritsatio. To obtain Oritsatio, you need the acids of the Tartarus, tamed by iron, blessed by sunlight.
Okay, so sunlight and iron from the blood, like. it's
So I've got
starting-
I've got this chemical too from the fridge.
Yeah. Okay.
What's page 1?
The title page, I
There's
think.
too many pages in this book.
Relictus.
Yeah.
Yes.
De relictis.
It's toner used to correct the colors of the image during the developing process.
Is it?
Guys, hear me out.
It's
Put
heavy,
the
it can hurt.
wrench in the chemical.
I'm equipping the wrench
Oh,
just in case.
it can hurt.
Yo.
Control and space to attack.
Yo.
What does control do? Control is aim.
Pimp.
Yo, okay,
Pyomp.
that's neat.
Yep.
Pyomp.
We got a pyomp.
Oh, can you wrench the window?
What?
No.
You need sunlight. Dude.
No.
Oh yeah, you gotta have sunlight.
Oh, Alvin and the Chipmunks. Oh my God.
I
we're both
remember I
the
always wanted to sleep leaving the curtains open to feel the morning light.
But he wouldn't. He boarded them shits up.
He could not stand the sunlight on his face.
You see, he was a vampire.
Were you dating?
That's why we slept in absolute darkness like
Oh my
two
God.
vampires.
Like Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Same.
This room could use some sunlight.
Do you guys remember? Do you guys remember?
Christmas time.
You guys remember Batmonk?
No.
That was my favorite episode of Alvin and the Chipmunks because it was like Batman.
It was Batman.
I
but he was a
know this
monk?
bed more than I know myself.
That's.
I rented it more than
I
once.
wonder if he's been with someone since then.
Yeah, demon.
Not my problem though.
There's no way. Did she also make short story? Like her movies have to be just the worst.
This frame had the photo we took at the premiere of his short film, but the photo was gone.
How long ago did this premiere happen? Because
Smack it.
He
You
sounds
gotta
like
be
a
able to smack
cardboard.
this.
He sounds
It's
like a
boarded.
high school quarterback.
Yeah, try hitting it. The blinds never worked well. This is crazy.
Oh, okay.
Hit it with
This
something
one-
heavy.
This one's.
There
this
you
one's
go. Hell
damageable.
yes. Let's go. Keep hitting it.
That's it.
No.
Well, you need to get the chemicals and expose
I'm
it
on
to
my
it.
way.
You know what you're doing, right?
Send me on the way.
Nothing
Really?
important.
His brother Simon and Theodore would come over often.
They were very small. I
Sweet.
got glass.
Now you can put the
Da-na-na-na-na.
I
His
need to
father's
figure out-
name was Dave,
I need
but
to
I don't
figure out
think
how
they
to
were
get
related.
my. I need to figure out how to get my blood.
What do you mean? There was blood in the that room right there.
Oh.
There's tons of blood.
No, isn't that the thing that
Dude,
dissolves?
don't you have a blood room?
All right, I'm gonna go. Well,
Yeah, go
okay,
in the
first
blood
let me
room.
look at this.
Someone broke the TV. I don't like this at all.
I'm more upset about the disc that he left, like
What if-
shiny side up next to his Blu-ray player.
What if she just goes into a whole diatribe about like, he broke my 55-inch Samsung TV. I paid $1,800.
I
It
was
has
gonna ask
120
for it
hertz
back.
for it.
I don't know.
It goes up to 8K.
It was 3D. He never appreciated the awesomeness that was.
Okay, I love her now.
For his birthday, I translated his film into 3D so we could watch it together.
Ivan, wake up. Go back in the kitchen, or I'm sorry, the bathroom where the blood was.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get some in the cup.
Are you in?
Ivan, are you there, bro?
Ivan, are you there?
Is it Yentl?
What are
There,
you
the
doing?
window.
Okay.
Do you want to make a movie?
The mirror he punched.
I have eaten my chimkin sandwich.
Specifically on 3D
I've eaten some
Blu-ray.
fries.
Did he break
I
it
don't
with a
want
punch?
to make a
Okay.
3D movie.
So if
I am
wait, how do I do
good.
it?
Tab,
Like this.
dude.
So if I go like this and I
Class.
combine this with this,
Hey!
okay, we
I
got
pour
toner,
the toner in the glass.
and then we.
Also, yeah,
I
there's
threw it on the
combat
ground.
apparently.
Use. I can't use this here.
I feel like I need to get.
Go to old book.
Chicken sandwich.
Let's just read that 9th page one more time.
You want to throw it into the old book.
It says, lapis fictus is the stuff that can be dissolved.
Yeah, so you need to get blood in that
Yeah,
cup
so
too,
I need the
and then go to
acids,
sunlight.
iron, and sunlight. Yeah, so I
So
need.
the acid, I assume, is the acid you have there, the developing film.
Yeah.
It's toner, yeah.
So
And
okay,
there was in the book
Then you need
too. When I
blood.
went in the room,
Didn't she say something about iron?
there's something right here.
Yo, it stopped burning.
Yeah, I took it out. It was the movie. Highlighted sentences. Tartaric acid is one of the key components used to alter colors in the developing process.
we have
so
that.
that's that. Blood is another iron-rich substance.
Yep.
We need blood.
But why can't where do I get the blood?
What's the thing all the way over on the left?
This?
That's the fuse box.
Oh yeah, it said
Can we
there's
mess
nothing.
with it?
It said,
No, it
Crazy
said
that there
nothing's
is a
wrong.
Not
bloody
gonna
punch
believe
and There's
this,
not another way to
but
like, get that.
people have
if
blood
I, maybe
on
if
them.
maybe if I go like
In
this
them.
and I go here and I. Oh, I can only use it.
Yeah, you can't equip it.
Did you try using it at
I
the
can.
mirror?
I'll try one more time, but I thought I did.
It's like the only place that's
Is there like a knife
Covered
one of
in
these
blood.
drawers?
Yeah. Yeah, just go back to the or check the trash can. Not important, bro.
Okay,
Not important, bro.
let's go.
wait.
You gonna try to use it on that?
I'm gonna just go in here and see if there's some place to put the glass or something.
Yeah, probably use with the sunlight, right?
Yeah. So if I do this, can I? Like,
Okay, I'm trying to find the demo
You
for.
need to put the blood in for
Mothered.
sure. It needs to be tempered by the iron.
blood.
No, they don't. Fake
I
news.
tried. I tried.
Jail.
Try using it on the door.
Then that's wax.
Was it like those Scooby-Doo sandwiches that are like
that's
2
wax,
feet
not
tall?
blood.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna try this one more time.
Those are some big sandwiches.
I can't
Do
believe
you
I'll use the
think
blood?
I will use.
I
you
think
could
the problem
even
is
finish
Dry.
half
I don't
of
know how to
those?
add it to the glass.
Yeah.
Half of one of those by yourself. I feel like I
Ouch.
couldn't.
Okay.
now it's yours.
How stupid! I cut myself with the glass.
Well,
Well, I guess my own blood will do.
Well,
Don't
there
worry,
you
She cut
go.
herself with the actual glass
I
cup.
got glass with chemical and
I
blood.
got glass with chemical and blood. All right, let's do it.
Oh wow.
The
A
ritual
little bit
is
of chemical
company.
and blood and
That's why I don't like
sunlight.
blind boxes. You know,
Yeah,
sometimes
of
you get
course.
some weird shit.
Sometimes you open it, there's a glass with chemical and blood.
Oh man, I got
Sunlight
chemical and
sneaks in.
blood again.
Use. Well, look Sunlight. at that.
I
That's
dare
beautiful.
you. I dare you to drink
The
it. dude.
liquid in the glass turned into a strange color and gives off a lot of heat.
Yo, that's demon powers.
Arisatio.
I love that you became.
Ezio Auditore.
Thank you.
Damn, is alchemy just
for
that easy?
Auditore de Frenze. The study.
Use the thing. Oh my gosh, look at this stuff.
Oh shit! Get ready
All
to
right,
get ready to beat something down, Alex, with that wrench.
Ivan.
I can now enter, but do I want to?
100%. 100%.
Maybe those weren't just nightmares.
Now? Just now? You're thinking that?
Go. It's too late. Go in. Whoa! Let's go.
Comically
that man
tall
exploded.
Scooby-Doo sandwich challenge. Hold
I'm gonna
on.
Read this first.
Oh, we're almost through this. Yeah, those comically, I would absolutely see that being a challenge. They have those big burgers that some places sell as like a challenge, where it's literally gigantic patties that are like either really wide or really tall, stuffed up with stuff, or like layered. And they sell those as like a challenge. I could see somebody making a Scooby-Doo sandwich challenge.
He watched too much Overwatch porn.
Looks like Ivan wrote it.
Oh my god.
He was like, oh.
He tried pouring in the jar for the first time and he couldn't
And that
believe
was it.
I can't forget her, no matter how hard I try. I can't forget Julia.
Dude, Ivan is a lot more of a manly man than I thought he was.
Ever since she left, I do nothing but think about her, suffer her absence, and smoke more.
Dude, go to
Like a real
therapy.
American cowboy. They promised me they would help me forget her.
Oh, we're the
Men will
problem,
do
dude? That
literally
sucks.
anything
No, we're
except
the
go to
problem. He's the
therapy,
Not
other than
talking
go to therapy.
people and being open. That's the problem. Just talk to other humans. Sorry. They say the first step is to descend through the elevator
back
to
in
the lowest
character.
floor.
Okay. Okay. Forget me to move on with his life? What have you done? What kind of lunatics have you been messing with, Ivan? There's something on the floor.
Yo, that's Ivan though.
That's
oh, no, that's a
Green
candle.
candle, yum.
Green candle. 2 pictures that I took.
You think the green candle is sour apple?
You walked on his body.
Yo,
That's rude as
So
shit.
this isn't blood.
Remove the TV. Oh, that's nice.
I can see.
That's blood, man. That man exploded.
Yeah,
Some of
that
us are
man
really slow readers.
exploded
It's the
for
a- it's
sure.
the-
I bought this
wax.
plant in the worst moment of our relationship. I needed to see something flourishing because our relationship was dying.
These people
Oh my God.
are insufferable. Like,
I
I'm.
see that Ivan let it die once I left.
That's so symbolic.
Dude. Hollywood people.
Ivan's cell phone. It's
Just
stuck to the
the
floor
worst.
by the red thing. The screen's cracked, but the phone might still work. Shit, the battery's dead.
Just
Oh,
like
well.
the plant. That's a metaphor.
Dude, look at these
for our
bowlers. Do you
relationship.
guys need to have like a baby shower?
Oh, here we
For,
go.
for some weird reason,
Return
I
to
have
this demo
500
once you have
boulders
reached
that
the
we used
ending
from my
of the full
old
game.
film.
It's time to come home.
There are costumes we used in the short film. It's all over the place, and there are some things missing.
What did you do?
Like
Ivan?
that pentagram.
Did you dress like a fucking 1940s
Question.
gangster and explode into a fucking?
I guess I'll find
cumgasm?
out.
Cumgasm?
Fucking cum
That's
shot?
not.
Yeah.
That's
What was
not
that?
what I think
He
of when I
kept
see
the
that
short
color.
film cans
that's
in
what
this
happened.
box.
Running around like
It's
running on
empty.
the walls with like a cum shot.
I just have a question.
He
Do
got real
any
mad
of
and his
these
face got red and steam
fuckers-
came out of his ears and his
Type
head
in
became a train whistle then he
Mercy
exploded.
Source
That's about
Filmmaker.
right. That's canon.
He reviews movies for a prestigious website with his computer.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
no.
what he
Is
said.
this, is this what all those fucking movie reviewers are? Is this the type of room they're all sitting in?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they all
Absolutely.
explode into, what was
Oh,
it,
you know
A
what
bloody, a
orgasm?
bloody, a
No,
bloody
you know,
cumgasm?
guys, you know what the red is? It's his RGB carpet.
Oh shit!
Oh,
That's a
damn.
gamer carpet.
Yeah, dude.
You gotta stop walking across it.
It's IG.
It's fine. It's dried. So, all right. Where did
we didn't find anything in here we can grab, did we?
We can't
I got the candle.
pull the remote
candle.
up.
No, I got the candle though. Maybe
Jesse,
I can
is this
melt
the
it?
full game or a demo?
This is a demo.
Okay.
Maybe I can melt it. Oh, wait, okay.
Not enough plot.
What is? You go so fast.
Okay,
What keeps saying-
I found
Strange. I can't ensure
some other
it's made
demo.
of wax.
It's just stuck to the table. The
What do
remote.
you mean? What do you mean I can't insure?
Raise your hand.
I can't insure any like.
What do you think it is? Is that
the thing that
Ouroboros?
I'm wondering is
No,
I wonder if it'll
It's
work
an hourglass.
with
That's a,
Time runs out.
All right, so you guys ready for something to be different in here now?
Yeah.
Nothing
Yeah.
can be different.
Hey, there's something weird. It's as if the air was different.
Everything's fine.
Also, the colors.
It's
so
so
much
funny
else
that it
is
was like
different.
it's definitely very.
Ooh, there's a
different.
vial in the corner.
What?
over there.
Green key.
I'm wondering if it
Herbal
will
vial.
still
Lavendolium.
Lavendolium.
Lavendoli.
a little smiling devil
understand
face.
that there's a save
All right,
file.
let's see what the fuck that is. This substance can heal me a little.
Oh, I wonder if you're gonna need
Don't
it.
consume it.
Considering
yet.
that this demo is from
Combat, dude, get ready to
itch.io and
fu-
not
don't.
from Steam.
Get a gun.
Don't.
I
It's
would,
gonna
I would
happen.
suggest getting a
Don't.
gun.
I'm wondering.
Ooh,
But
that award looks
that's fine.
suspiciously like a
It's pitch black outside.
We'll find
the
out.
Butt plug.
like a rubber duck.
Trophies I haven't ordered in
I don't
this
think
one.
so.
I think it's a rubber duck
It looks like a squirrel like poking its head under something.
under a duck.
TV still busted.
here,
If you need it,
Oh,
sure.
You should definitely go outside.
yo!
This is the.
Oh, it's a.
I-
Whoa!
Oh, it's live
this
action.
Is this game.
What?
Oh, it's an FMV game.
That's not the right color.
It's a point and click
Immersion
where
broken.
all the cutscenes are FMVs.
Oh
no,
Yeah,
No.
so good.
No.
No, no.
Dude,
Nope.
the set designs are so much better.
Oh!
Ew.
Yo,
Alex,
What?
get ready to.
Oh.
Yo, what the fuck?
Dude, I'm just a dog that plays piano, man.
Joe! Oh! Hit it! Oh!
Yeah, I would. You're
Run.
Not,
So-
you're
so
not
it's
hitting
not
her at
working.
all. You're not hitting her. You were just. Go in the rooms. Go in the rooms. Go in the rooms.
Oh!
Well,
Yo, she murdered.
They
her
died.
ass.
I don't know that there was any.
That went from 0 to horrifying so quickly.
That was awesome.
Okay,
Oh my god, I don't feel like they got me.
it's
I
locked.
love this.
Okay, so that was locked. All right.
I was not ready for the
My
change.
heart rate
Oh, it's
is
so good.
elevated significantly. Holy shit, that got me.
It's locked.
I don't like that whatever that girl was.
It's locked.
That's not the kind of tongue we're trying to get.
Guys,
Do we have to,
Can
do
you-
we have to kite her?
Can you get around her? Can you kite her around the corner?
go out the door.
This is so good.
This is a
I
really
am blown
good.
away at how
Set design.
Mixing
the
it
set
with the
design looks
FMV,
incredible.
Just like
like
the room.
cutscenes,
Yeah.
I
Except
think
that
is
the
very
floor is
good.
not purple.
Yeah, I
I
gotta
know,
level
come
up the
on,
wrath.
that's
Gotta
a
use it a
Dream
few
World,
more
bro.
times.
Oh, I hate
That's
this.
And
so
that is like a
neat.
very good
like it,
monster
but I hate it.
design.
But
It's
even the
freaky.
pattern is right. All right. So what should I do? Try and go around?
Yeah, kite her back in and then run around her.
She can get me from like pretty far away.
she's Mortal Kombat style.
Yeah.
Yo, that's so
So
good.
that sucks.
Dude. Oh. Go in the other room.
Yeah, you can definitely kite her around.
Yes.
Yeah, good work.
Oh no, the door! She closed the door on her
to
way in.
Oh! Respect our authority.
Get in. You have to get in.
Ooh.
Jesus.
So I think rather than just taking a bunch of tongues to the face, maybe juke.
There's no
You know?
juking. There's no juking. I have to look at this. That's one hit.
Also, you remember
Yeah.
if you pick that thing up in the back, that's life.
Okay. Yeah. Lavendolium.
Instead of maybe taking a couple tongues to the face.
I'm not even getting.
I respect just not moving and just taking it repeatedly.
I don't think it's fair.
If I had one,
You gotta get
recommend-
close.
Yep.
You gotta get closer.
Yeah, smack it.
Oh! Use
Yeah,
that third.
rope-a-dope.
Use the 3-dimension. Yep. 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 Spacing.
Yeah, she seems simple
Yup.
enough to kite.
Yo,
Good stuff. Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
it's wild how much just
Holy
changing
shit.
up
You know what
doing
it is?
nothing
It's just
helped.
that I just didn't like. I didn't register that this was gonna be like
This kind
that
of game.
much of an action game.
Yo,
yeah.
this is cool as shit. This is great.
They
That got it.
Bravo-
Ivan in
bro-
my
like-
nightmares.
my body's in a different state right now.
Was that all dreamed?
Yo, get her kidney or whatever that
Yo,
is.
the question is, what is
Typical
the
Rushdown versus
There's a
Soda
piece of
matchup.
meat where the
Yeah.
creature was
Dude,
standing.
come on.
It's
It's
grayed up,
delicious.
like rotten. I don't want to touch it.
Come on.
You definitely got to touch it.
Really? You
She
don't want it?
She don't want it.
Do we have to use something to pick it up, maybe?
I bet you'll have to like.
To be fair, if I just had that happen and whatever
Oh,
I
you
killed,
think- hold on, really
you
quickly,
like
use the health.
shriveled up into rotten
Let's see what
gray
happens to your
meat,
portrait. Oh, okay.
I would not touch
So
it
it's
with
like
my bare hands
Resident
either.
Evil vibes where
I
there's
would
yellow,
go find some
probably
gloves and
red,
wear
Yeah, we
those.
got big fine vibes.
I
Okay, so
love
that thing's
that.
fucking dead. So now what?
Probably,
Check the rooms.
All the doors are locked.
Have you tried?
Let me try and leave,
since-
actually.
Yeah.
Now go to your
Yo,
neighbors.
This is.
Yo,
It's
break. Can you break
jammed,
the
won't
fire?
open.
Now that painting looks like a shirtless Jeff Goldblum, like laying there on the thing, like, "Hey,
Like
Chaos
Jurassic Park.
Theory, yeah.
Jeff Goldblum.
yeah,
Oh, you know what? There was a thing that said you have to go down to the bottom, right?
yeah." If you want to,
Let's do this like
That
ceremony. or
goes
whatever.
against
go
all
down
your
to the
video
bottom.
game logic. You
You gotta
always
get down to get up.
pick up the
This
drops,
nightmare
not
has
with my bare
just
hands.
Dude, this is fucking tight.
Thanks for playing the
What?
demo.
It's fucking tight.
No, that's just a demo.
Don't forget to wishlist the.
How did you not
It
know it
got
was the
you. It
demo?
got
This game's really cool.
I
I have to keep an eye out on that.
Fucked us up.
He
with.
clarified. You clarified that it was the demo.
when?
I asked for.
Oh yeah.
I clarified.
You know how we like.
You can't
went
say
into
that
a
I
room
sound like Davis because it's
and
gonna make
shifted the
everyone upset.
universe?
Yeah, I'm just done.
I'm just saying, like that cutscene shifted the universe for me too.
Yeah.
Like I came out of that cutscene in a different place, and I was
That's really
bummed that-
cool. Yeah.
When is it coming out?
Okay.
great question. No clue.
Really cool game.
Yeah, very cool. Excited to.
Would be delighted.
So
to
I've
play this
downloaded the demo.
yeah, that was neat.
Now I do
It
want to
is
see this.
in my
Awesome.
one of my folders,
Utterly awesome.
Utterly
Um,
awesome.
not in my
Cannabis.
Steam folder, but it is in one of my folders. And
Andres,
hopefully,
Tobias,
El Toro,
Hopefully.
love it.
Alvaro, Pedro, David. You guys are G's.
Cinematic
Andres,
cutscenes.
I already said you
Man.
did. Clara, Floor, you guys are fire.
Floor coming in terrified.
Laura, hell yeah. Pablo, hell yeah. The brother, Pablo, coming in the cut. Yale.
Shout out
we'll
to
let this
Catherine.
we'll let this
Amanda
finish.
Working hard.
Uriani, Nieves, Ingrid, Adrian, Hugo,
Shout out to Marcos Berta.
Elizabeth, Cody, Sophia, Nicholas, Tobias,
Shout out to PAs.
Celeste,
Making it work.
Julieta,
Why did I
Julieta,
close your
Victoria,
Rudy stream tab and
Reldorf,
watch a bunch of YouTube
Ignacia? Come on.
videos? I don't
Germania,
know.
Claudio, hell yeah.
Scuso.
Vibes. And this is their thanks, so I guess thanks to these people as well.
Yo, that's awesome.
Shout outs to Noob Saibot.
Argentina, let's go.
Shout outs to Noob Saibot.
I loved it.
Wow.
Yeah, what is the release date on this game? Hold on.
No idea.
No release date that I
It just
can
says
see.
coming soon.
Yeah.
Available on Steam.
Man,
Tenebris Somnia. Loved
they
it.
got me so good right there.
I got
the
hyped
live
up.
action scene, dude, was
I got
not
hyped
ready.
up.
What did
for
you
it.
miss?
I got
Literally,
We
like,
played
I'm looking at another
a
live
game
action
called
scenes in
Mothered,
the bedroom.
It's so
where
scary.
we
This looks
are
so
like
neat.
I'm
this
hyped up.
Is this Silent Hill for the
artificial android
No,
robot thing.
But it's
Could have the same vibe.
We
though.
look like
good,
the
yeah.
villain
Well,
from
that was
Scooby Doo,
delightful.
Good times all
and
around.
What a treat.
we
can't
are
wait to see
trying to live our
All right,
life
well,
from our
that's it for
mannequin
us.
mother.
But we'll be back with some more scary games.
And now we're gonna do the
Spookies.
demo because apparently it also
Spookies.
serves as like a
Spookies.
sequel, which is interesting.
Matungus?
I'm
Tungus
pretty
loves
excited
with
about
special
that, actually.
I would love to do like a special.
I don't think we're gonna get to the
like,
second
let's play
game
with Tungus.
He,
by
like,
Enigma
doesn't talk,
Studio
he's just on the
tonight.
mic, we're all just like,
The Enigma
It just
machine,
sounds like
but
it's like chewing potato chips the whole time.
we'll definitely do it tomorrow because I
much
do
good
plan on
stuff.
streaming
Thanks
tomorrow.
for watching.
Okay, let's get this out of there. Oops, that's not what I wanted. You're sleepy, but you're shaking so fast. How sleepy can you truly be? Giving it another go? Yes. Okay. Left click to wake up. So, hold on. I just realized that I gotta turn the sound down on this. Yeah. The rain is so loud, your soul is wet. That's fair. So does this now, is this now like, is this just the demo or is it like, is this part of the DLC? You have no idea? Okay. I don't know how long the demo is, so we'll try to speed run it. Demo is 2 days? Okay. We can speed through that. No problem. Oh, there is no box. Unless it's on this couch? Two days in real time. Oh, God. Imagine. 48-hour stream. Let's go. Welcome home to my daughter. I'm glad you made it here safely. Yeah, sorry I'm not there personally. Welcome you. Haven't been feeling well. I'll make it up to you in the morning. Love, Mother. P.S. I left the box in the living room for him. Could you please bring it to him before he drives off? He needs you to help him with his work. There is no box. So maybe it did work. That'd be crazy, a horror game that needs to be completed in 24 hours or it resets. That would be insane. That's some, like, Kojima level stuff. Any game made before the NES? Yeah. Yeah, I don't... Okay. So maybe I just go to sleep? He wanted you to bring a box out to him. He can't sleep until he gets it. It should be somewhere in the house. Imagine speed running that game. There was a game that I was thinking of playing. I don't think we'll get to it, but it's called... What the... Is there so much space here? There was a game that I was looking at playing. I don't think we'll get to it. It's called like Mirror Layers or something like that. And it's described as like a social horror game or something like that, where you need other people to complete it or something like that. Not like a cooperative, like a multiplayer thing, but like kind of cooperative, if that makes sense. Sounds like a Strand type game. Yeah, but I saw that there's a speed run of it and it only takes like an hour and 30 or something. When I had like looked previously, there were the total playtime for it is like 6 to 8 hours or something like that. So that was pretty funny. Because it made me think, it's like, oh, this game takes that long, speed run in like less than a fraction of that time, just an hour. In the living room for him. It should help. This lamp. You guys see a box? The lamp should help ignore the lamp. Well, the lamp, I clicked it. Yeah, this is what it looks like. And I had clicked it before. But like, there's nothing else. It doesn't help enough. And there's no other box here. Unless it's on the ground somewhere, but I don't see it. Someone give this android better eyes. I mean, am I actually missing it? Am I crazy? Because in the full game, it was on the couch over here. The actual in-game android, okay. I wasn't sure. Maybe... Hey, Dad. I looked into the whole house. I don't see it. I'm gonna check the orchard. Oh. Unavailable in the demo. Well, there you go. Does not open for you. Can I see inside? Yeah, I can kind of see you. Okay. Yeah, time to click everything. Maybe I have to close the door. And trigger something. Maybe the dark shells, maybe. Maybe. Oh, here it is. You have no idea what's inside it. Oh. Oh. Okay. All right. That's still closed. Part of me feels like I have to finish the demo and then jump back in and we'll get to the sequel stuff, but I don't know. We'll definitely see, because it's just 2 days, right? So oh shit, that's gone this time. It is your favorite. You feel good. Oh shoot, hold on. Yeah, nutrients. Because we find out in the full game that she's actually feeding us dirt. I don't know why dirt specifically. Maybe just to see if we will eat it. We will like not question her command or something. But I don't know. Oh hey, there you are. Yeah. Oh, she disappeared. She actually disappeared in this. Why was she standing there? I don't know. What does that mean? Like just seeing herself in the middle of the night? I don't know. Gee, Liana, how come your mom lets you have two moms? Right? Alright, we gotta go outside. Up. Oh, it's you. You frightened me. You were meant to sneak up on me like that. Oh, this is fantastic. How special. Whoa, what? It really does seem as though you're falling back to your old self, doesn't it? Who knows, maybe coming back to this place has helped some old memories come back. Seven, 2, 6. Oh, fuck, I didn't catch that. 726 something. Seven two six five six four. You believe? Banister has been fixed. Mother, I need to... Her eyes are glowing. Okay. 726564. Menacing. What the? You're still here? Terrifying. We never gave up on you. They never gave up on you. You gave up on them. Liana, pay attention. What are those like Gmod sound effects, the ragdoll? Pay attention when your mother is speaking to you. Is it you who's been hiding these notes everywhere? Notes everywhere. Leaving such a mess. If your father knew about this. Somebody put a note here. There are cracks in this reality indeed. The box. On Sunday night. Pick it up. Go into the barn. We want to escape from this cycle. Come to me, Angel. Okay. I can't tell what's part of the demo and what's part of the sequel. You feel something familiar. When you listen closely, you hear the reverberations of a reality you once knew. Interesting. Also, I feel like this mother is so much taller than the other mother. Oh. Good morning, Liana. Hope you're well rested. Don't look so well today. Yesterday evening I mentioned that I'd show you around the house grounds. Well, I've given it further thought. And I don't think you're well enough to go ahead with it. What's wrong with your face? If there's any possible chance of getting your memories back, we need to take it. I think it's important for you to know what goes on here. Okay, I'd like to meet meet me by the place we watch the sunset Sunday evening. Wait, did he say Sunday evening? Hold on, let me talk to you again. I don't think you're well enough to go ahead with it, and then it switches to, yeah, well... The counter barely comes up to her knees. Yeah, she's super tall. Yeah, it says, okay, I'd like you to meet me by the place we watch the sunset every Sunday. Oh, okay, gotcha. It wasn't like Sunday evening, it's when we used to do that every Sunday evening. Feels like you're normal size now and mother is giant. I mean, it still feels small. Like, this chair is my height, you know? But maybe, yeah, maybe I am slightly taller in the demo. She's falling apart, man. That led us right back here. So I've closed off all access to the orchard. Along with it, any chance for hope to distract us from our roles in this world. So let us scorch this orchard. What? Mother is waiting in the barn? Scorchard, hee tee. This isn't the barn, this is the cemetery. If there was indeed a way for you to escape this world, then you have already missed it. You already know what's in there, don't you? Oh, what the hell? Come on, let's go inside. It's getting late. Contamination is at 99.9% immediately. What? For real, I can't tell what's part of the demo and what isn't. I'm just gonna treat this first part as this is the demo. This is what they intended before changing a bunch of stuff. Do you know what your father did? You spoke to him when he drove you here on Sunday evening, didn't you? Ever since he got sick, he's just buried himself in his work. So I'm barely able to see him. And oh, Angel, I don't know anymore. I just can't shake the feeling that it was all your fault. I've thought of the most marvelous idea. We would spend a day in the orchard tomorrow. You mean the one that you scorched? You get up bright and early and spend a day picking apples until the sun sets, just like last time. Angel, come home. Oh. Looks like somebody is expecting you. Suppose you won't have time for the orchard tomorrow, then? Isn't that lucky for you? I know you always hated that part. Anyway, perhaps you should go and check in with your brother before you go. After all, you're more connected to him than we are now. Carrie, come home. You again? I assume she told you to come talk to me. What is she? Your mother? Oh, so this is your last night then? Consider yourself lucky. Every time you're brought back here, it never seems to end well for anybody. No matter how much hope those two have between them. So maybe this is for the best. Quit while you're ahead and all. Looks like you're wanted. You'd better get going. Don't want to keep her waiting. You'll see me again. I'm sure of it. What the... Weed High 420 game. Whoa, is that Phono is there? You pay no heed. You...
Please call 72651.
72651. Mom, I'm scared. Wait, no. Dad, I'm scared. You. Oh, it was the other one downstairs. Oh, 7265. Yeah. Oh. Your dream existence. Oh, fuck, man. This is trippy as hell. Okay. You have failed this time, but you have the resolve to stop this. Or vulnerable. Bring the box to the barn on Sunday night. Don't listen to her. Stay with me. Our angel. I think we're in sequel territory now. I feel like that's safe to say. Available now on Steam and itch.io. Oh man, hexadecimal. Click reconnect. Giving it another go, yes. So you gotta play the game first and play the demo twice? No. I didn't know about the demo until like just recently. That Lucid here mentioned it. And so they mentioned that there was like a sort of sequel in this demo after you beat the game. It like seems to check for your save file and it unlocks sort of sequel stuff, I think. That's okay, we can. Machine down there? That's a machine down there. Checks if you have a completed save file from the full game. If you do, the demo is a different game that acts as a sequel. Yeah. Which is really cool. I would absolutely love it if more games did that. Because that is super neat idea. Excuse me. You're holding the box. Do you wish to place the box on the pedestal? Yes. Angel. What is that? Are you guys seeing this shit? The demo was actually part of a collection of games. Demo disc called, yeah, Spectral Mall. Standalone version of the Mother demo just released on itch.io yesterday. Which is neat that it came out so recently. Considering this game has been out for a little while. Like the full game, I guess. Guys, you seen this mothership? I don't think we're in the same game anymore. phone is ringing too. What is it that has brought you back here? Why continue with this painful old cycle when you already know how it ends? This mothered ship. Oh shit, you're right. Ooh. Not this one. It's the one upstairs in my room. Or not? Maybe it is downstairs. I can't tell. It doesn't seem to get louder the closer I am, so. Go to Dad? Yeah, that almost got me. Angel, do not approach that tower. She will say or do whatever she has to. Anything that gets you to hand yourself over to her. If you go in there without first securing your core somewhere safe, you'll never be able to pull yourself out. And forever at her mercy you'll remain. You should just go to bed. You'll have your chance, eventually. Once you have taken control of this memory and planted your core within it, then you'll be ready to approach the tower. Are you still here? Hey. I was told not to, so I'm gonna go to bed. Not to the tower. Hi, Jess. How's it going? Is there a second box? Or does it still count as me having the box? Excuse me. Flat Stanley mom. Do not approach that. Go to Dad instead. Monday night. So I have to find a way to evade Mom so I can get to the phone Monday night. You were sleepy, but now you're spooked. That's fair. You mean same, and you're usually great with horror, but this gives you existential dread? Yeah. This is all kinds of freaky. This and Silent Hill give you uneasiness. Yeah, it's very good at that. Silent Hill especially, but okay, she's gone again. Can I touch this? No. Tower's still there. Don't go to the tower. Don't go to the tower. It's Tron. Like, his mind has been severed from his body. But our boy is very smart for his age, that's for sure. Do you hear the reverberations of a reality you once knew? Okay. Okay. We gotta find a way. To keep Mother out. So we can get to the phone. Maybe his mom is bigger because this is mom too. That's possible. What would it be good? Said that we needed to contain our core. But what would it be good to contain our core? Too mom, too furious. Too tall, too mom. Yeah, that's good. Too tall, too mom. Part of me is thinking we need that kitchen knife. Can I still go up there? No. We need that kitchen knife. And then to cut open the mirror. Because, like, that first night, the Sunday night, there's little steps to be able to get up to the mirror. What? Huh? That was weird. It's you. For you frightened me. You weren't meant to sneak up on me like that. Oh, this is fantastic. How very special. It really does seem as though you're falling back to your old self, doesn't it?
Who knows, maybe coming back to this place helps some old memories come back. If it's what you're thinking, you're gonna shit yourself? Oh no. No, but sure. It's gone. Okay. Haha! Beat you. Alright, we did it. I hope. There we go. What the hell? The basket of apples. These apples are not yet rotten. You remembered what she said that time in the shed. You're no different to these apples. What? You pick up the apple. Or, you pick up the phone, not the apple. You're gonna shit. You pick up the phone. Angel, it appears you have fallen back into this place again, haven't you? At the very least, this can be a lesson to you. Don't think that because you finally found your own path, that you've forever broken free of this place. Become careless, and the true hostility of this world will eat you alive. Are we having some sort of PTSD? Some, like, after going through all the shit that we went through, kind of having nightmares about this place or something like that. Personally, you sure fucking are. Yeah, that's fair. No matter how much you've grown since, without a place to securely plant your core, you will always be at the mercy of this place. Right now, I don't need you to understand. I just need you to take action. Just know that it leaves you vulnerable to her, and that you are being hunted. Find the part of yourself that is immune to her control, or vulnerable you will remain. Okay. Can I get the kitchen knife? Can I don't remember those before. Right back where you started. You thought you could go your own way, forge your own path, and brave the world alone? Just look what happened. You do remember what they did to you, right? Over and over. No, you don't understand. How could you? This world shaped you. What hope could you possibly have to escape? Let me out. Let me out. Phone again? Maybe? Oh, it's just the same thing. It's the dad. Maybe now I try this? No. You didn't see the main game, so you don't have any clues. What if I use the chair? I don't even know if there are any clues that would have been in the main game. I'll just sleep down here tonight. It's fine. Mother, it is fine. I will sleep down here tonight. Okay, no. Oh! Here we go. Could this be a way out? It's a perfectly good... Ugh. I'm afraid that won't work this time. You mean? Oh! Okay. Oh wait, it's a different game, silly. Yup. Definitely a different game. You picked up the phone. Ow! Hi, stupid ketchup crab. Oh, Angel, you've gotten complacent. You're letting a reliance on old solutions cloud your awareness for new ones. She is right, though. This place is falling apart at the seams. That would be my fault, unfortunately. I'm communicating to you from another reality, using something known as the hyperreality engine. By contacting you this way, I have opened you up to her. The phone hit back. Nyeh. Hello. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. I'm doing something. I have opened you up to her. What you're experiencing is merely a reverberation of a reality you were once familiar with. She's using an environment you already understand in order to get to you. Yeah, because we're having a time. She will bend your reality in any way she has to in order to get to your core. Which is why you must plant it somewhere safe before she can find it. Once you do that,
You'll survive anything this place can throw at you. Her influence reaches everyone, especially those whose cores remain insecure. Who is she? Because I don't think they're talking about the mother in the first, like in the original game. I feel like this is a different entity, person thing. This really is one of the times of all time that we're having. It sure is. It's only a matter of time before it reaches you. Which is why we need you to get ready. Just remember you're stronger than her. You put the phone down. I'm gonna grab that knife. Nope. Can I walk past you? No. This place is positively falling apart at the seams, it seems. It seems. Indeed it seems. You're doing good, you need sleep, but you were told. It's told to check me out, so lurking for a little bit and stuff. Yeah. That's totally fine. I hope you have a good lurk. I hope things go well. I hope I can provide you entertainment as I lose my mind. And my reality. She's doing the Macarena. A Macarena. Was this? Oh, yeah, that's been there. I hope we don't give you nightmares. Okay. What do I... Oh, it's not even there anymore. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. You played League of Legends for 13 years and nothing scares you? Fair. Mother is doing the ghost face trend. Yeah, fair. After so long playing League of Legends, I'm sure nothing scares you. Or, you either have really good anger management, or bad anger management. It depends. I need you to get ready. That thought itself is horrifying. We need you to get ready. It worked the last time when I was clicking a bunch of times on stuff. Maybe it'll work if I'm clicking on the basket a bunch of times. I feel like it's gonna get meta. You need to walk through the fridge or something. Ooh. No. Slams S while screaming, possibly crying. Why do I play this? Ooh, Q popped. The knife, the knife, the knife. Give me the knife. Next to the lamp? Was there something there? Oh! Good eye. It's not you doing that. You pick up the receiver. You pick up the receiver. You pick up the receiver. Seven 265. Like IRL call that number? Because I don't think that no, it needs more numbers than that, right? Yeah. Yeah, it does. Lose yourself in your dream existence. Okay. And then you pick up the phone. Okay. Someone there? Yeah, so 726564 was the first number, and then the second one was just 7265, I think. The core has been located. Our core? We need to get you out of there now. Find a way back to yourself. How do I go back to myself? How do I go back to myself? It's an album on Bandcamp? Oh, interesting. Dude, if this evolves into an ARG type thing, I am so down for that. I am so down for that. Okay. Nothing there. Nothing there. Was this there before? I don't think it was. It's just an old statue. It's nothing. None of this is real. Just breathe. You know what? You're right, game. We should take a minute. We should just breathe. Okay, we're good. Close your eyes. That's it. Let the silence in. Stretch. You got it. Speak for yourself. Oh, okay. Do you see, Mom? This place is no match for your resolve. How? Now, excuse me, now you may leave through the bathroom door. It's still there. Okay. We were told once we found our core, put it somewhere secure, then we'd be good to go into the tower. I'm willing to risk it. Don't know if we have secured it, but I'm willing to risk it. The way outside, the way out was inside us all along, yeah. Do not like the Source Engine out of bounds fuckery. I don't like this stuff is a little bit too much. Yeah, there was another way out down from, what the fuck? Fuck. The other way down was in the original game. We went down, that's where we found our other selves, the other androids that had been used, and were able to achieve consciousness, kind of. Something in the house has changed. Something has changed. Do I go back? Or do I go forward? Yeah, like the apples? I wish it wasn't so hard to see. I want to... Where am I going? Where is anything, really? Okay, hold on. Hang on. Wait. Those are back too. That's still there. You're still there. Can't get in. But I need to go back the other way. I need to see if those apples have changed as well. And I need to see... Damn. Now I want to go this way, but... Alright, first things first. See if we can get the kitchen knife and check the apples. Okay, no. Apples are still there. We can't do anything with them. I can't get the kitchen knife. That's fine. That's fine.
Question. Is there anything this way? Oh, Liana, our angel, we will never give up on you. Oh, fuck! Okay. Alright, so we gotta do this again. I'm assuming there's multiple endings. At least we know what to do now. We're going to make this right. Even if it kills us. Oh! It's not over. Sarcophagus. Okay, this was just one. Okay, good. This is just a single one. Cool, 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 cool. Also, everything's gone back to normal now. It's not like super bright lights. Crazy. Dude, this is crazy. I love it. Oh, I can't go back in that way. But I can get back into the house the other way. There's someone I need to talk. Oh, no. I guess this is an ending. There's someone I need to talk to first. Angel, I understand that you may be very confused, but yes, true what I said. None of this is real. You must plant Liana's core somewhere. It'll be safe. Before it becomes contaminated. We don't have much time left. We're going to have to trigger another memory leak. Hopefully then you'll understand what is going on. The password is 726564, which we've seen multiple times. They've hidden a barcode in the bathroom. I'm gonna go to bed and watch on the phone now. Alright, Nix. Have a good lurk. Barcode in the bathroom. Good luck. This might be an ending and we have to replay for the other one. I'm okay with that. I have to know though. Okay, it is still open. It's still open. Is this the Enigma machine? You need to piss so bad, but you won't want to lose the rest of the game. I can take like a quick 5-minute break if people need to go use the restroom. I'm fine with that. Some smooth jazz too. We'll have this jazz playing in the meantime. I need to check my phone anyways. Go piss. Go piss, girl. I can check my texts. Go piss, girl. Piss, go, girl. Oh, that's what that was. Okay.
think this jazz song is from the other game, because I think I recognize it in the demo that we played, which was either the Enigma machine or it was Echo Stasis. One of those two, I don't remember which one it is. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, we'll definitely have to do Enigma Machine tomorrow. Because I think after we finish this, I will be going to bed. After we finish this. Seeing if there is no second ending, because so far it seems to be, luckily, all continuous. Which is good. It's very good. I'm very happy about that. This game fried your brain so bad you had to go piss, girl, to realize you have a phone. You have a phone and Bluetooth earbuds? That's fair, that's fair. Oh, man. Also, welcome back. Welcome back from your piss. Entity ID 65. Her. This one has been with me for over a year now. And when you consider what he's gone through, that painful cycle of false hope and inhibited grief, you're in bed now? Welcome back. Bed. Is it any wonder he turned to me? All I did was grant him the comfort he was denied within these walls. All I did was grant him the comfort he was denied within these walls. Having had his feelings rejected for so long, he now resides in a reality that can't help but make sense to him. One where feelings are secondary to fact. Oh boy. Oh boy. When his own family weren't there for him, he had no option but to find a family that would be. And so, he has broken free of the role this world expected of him, and the burden of emotion so routinely forced upon him. So he's literally in a virtual reality kind of tailored to him, so he doesn't experience he's not facing reality. That's what I'm getting out of it. He's not facing reality. She put him in this world that makes him, I don't know, I guess comfortable to an extent, but at the same time, this is my personal opinion. I'm not gonna knock anybody for thinking differently. Never mind. Gamer Hamster Ball trumps everything I was about to say. No, but having somebody be in a reality where it is only comfortable to them and things that make sense to them feels like bad in the long run. It feels like no other way to put it, but like it feels like stagnation. It feels like you're not growing as a person. You're not dealing with the hardships of reality that happen from time to time, or even the good things that happen from time to time, and you're only in this sort of purely complacent thing. I don't know. I feel like we had part of this conversation with Oxenfree 2, where we had that, where you're specifically not dealing with what has happened. You're not dealing with it. You're not able to get away from it. You're just going to a time or to a thing, in this case, where it doesn't kind of exist. You don't have to think about it. What is inside the hamster gamer ball? Gamer goo? Gamer bathwater. Yeah, it's the Matrix philosophical debate, really. Okay. But we know there's a barcode here. We know there's a barcode here. Gamers don't bathe. Oh, yeah. Some people who woke up from the Matrix went back to being plugged in because they didn't like reality. Yeah. Give me the knife. Can I shut the door in the bathroom? Oh. Yeah. Like this? Oh. Oh. Password. Your entity ID. Wait. Hold on. All right, we're doing this. It's opening up something on my phone. Password required, so that is 726564. Oops. No, that's totally fine. I don't think I would have done that. Home. A downloadable game. If you're reading this, you have found the version of Liana's Black Box that I have modified. And I have been able to establish a connection to you. Hope prevails. If you have not yet answered my phone call on Monday night, please do so. She's already looking for you. If you want to know what's going on, you must remember, you need to trigger a memory leak. At night, stand in front of the mirror. As your vessel stares into reflection, type their name. This realization of herself should trigger... Oh, and that's definitely hexadecimal then. You're gonna suggest opening the toilet lid? That would have been fair too. I would have hit it there. Type their name. Their realization of self should trigger a memory leak. If you do not know this name, you can find it hidden on the front cover of some old computer program. I'm afraid to click on that just yet. Once you unlock the memories contained within her vessel, click on them to read. You can save us. P.S. I snuck in some extra code that should definitely come in handy.
Pressing the home key will make your run speed much faster. No idea why they always made vessels so slow, but you're welcome. Updated 1 day ago. Okay, hold on. I need to click old computer program. Oh, there is. This takes me to the Enigma machine. Oh my god. Oh, hold on. Which we are going to play tomorrow. But okay. If you do not know this name, you can find it hidden on the front cover of some old computer program. On the front cover, which is this, which has 526564, which is a password. Okay. Where is, hold on, I need to look at this image alone. Open image in new tab, please. Take off auto rotate. This is this is the type of shit I love. Created by Enigma Technologies. Enigma corporations use to try out their latest revolution in artificial intelligence technology. Epilepsy warning. This program is just a simulation of what the real Dreamscape experience will offer when it launches soon. Dem OS. Raid recruitment program, Enigma Corporation demonstration purposes. But the first letter of those sentences are highlighted red. And they spell red. Maybe that's it. Red. Okay. A screen share would it be dope right now? I have this on my phone. Let me see if I can put it up on the thing here. Hold up. Okay. No, it is. What was the password again? 6556. Hold on, I'm scrolling up to find it. 726564. 726564. No, stop that. Need another phone to scan your phone. Okay, so this is what I was looking at. She's already looking for you. And then if he says, if you do not know this name, you can find it hidden on the front cover of some old computer program, which is the Enigma machine. This is the page that it takes you to. And this is what I'm talking about. Raid recruitment program, Enigma Corporation, demonstration purposes. Red. If you do not know this name, you can find it there. And since this isn't downloadable, it is the demo that we're on. So to trigger it, at night stand in front of the mirror. As their vessel stares into their reflection, type their name. Okay.
Also, again, this up here, I don't know what this translates to. Oh, you can't see it because of the ghost. My little ghosty buddy's kind of fucking things up. But this right here up here, this has to be hexadecimal. And I'm wondering if that translates to anything. Okay, it is nighttime. Screenshot it? I'm gonna just take a picture of it. I will look that up later. Is it base 64? I'm not sure. Okay, red. Okay, red. And then the entity ID I think is the 7266564. Okay, no, that didn't work. Memory leak 12, memory leak 13, memory leak 14, 15. Okay, 12, hyper reality machine, or engine. Back when it started out as the most effective way for humans to connect with each other, the hyper reality engine was a tool that went by a different name. But before long, it was clear that communication was becoming secondary to a much more powerful purpose. Creating infinite reverberation of reality, each of which catering to a different idea of paradise. With every possible reality merged into a cloud of infinite truths, who would be in charge of managing them all? Or rather, as they put it themselves, what is a cloud without its angel? I think I know who they chose to take on the responsibility. And they've got big plans for her. Liana? I guess that would make sense. Because the game, one of the memory leaks was the dad talking about they can't know what I'm doing with these angels. They can't know what my true purpose for these are. And maybe the true purpose was to create Liana again, but also to use her as the thing to manage the hyper reality engine. Certain memories are yours and yours alone. These are called core memories, and for better or worse, are integral in shaping the core of who we are. Core memories that are continuously suppressed will inevitably create vulnerabilities in our minds, leaving our cores open to containment by anyone. Consequently, core memories that are confronted head-on and processed correctly can allow for an impenetrable sense of identity, increased resolve, and in theory, complete resistance to contamination. It appears that once somebody makes peace with these parts of themselves and holds them close, they are unstoppable. Is that all it takes? This may be useful to us. Help from another reality. I have secretly created and distributed a version of Red's black box containing her core memories from years ago. I have also modified it to connect to the hyperreality engine. This allows me to communicate directly with the angel piloting her vessel by making slight deviations to their reality. These reverberations will be minor at first and will only appear for those already familiar with the source reality. Thus, I can only contact them via phone call at first. However, opening them up to communication from me will also open them up to communication from her. I must trust that they have the resolve to resist her long enough to hide the core somewhere safe. I am so glad I have managed to reach you about your car's extended warranty. No. Hope prevails once again. Your mission is the following, so please pay attention. Graveyard. Tuesday night. Graveyard, Tuesday night. Graveyard, Tuesday night. So, hold on, let me read that again. Modified it to connect to the hyperreality engine. This allows me to communicate directly with the angel piloting her vessels by making slight deviations to reality. Okay. So the father, if I understand this right, the father is using this stuff to be able to talk to the angel and like try to get it to do things. It feels like he's trying to control us as well. It feels less like that and less, more like that and less like him trying to guide us. But I'm still unsure who the her in this situation is. Because it's being portrayed as the mother. And in the original game, the mother wasn't a thing. It was a person. I think. That code on the top is hexadecimal. It's just the same link as a QR code. Oh. Okay. That makes sense, honestly. Because the mother didn't want us. Like, she is tired of dealing with all of this. She's dealt with enough. So I'm wondering who the her in this situation is. Because I don't think the mother wants us under control again. Maybe the hyper-reality engine? Maybe the angel? I don't know. Backing up Liana's uncontaminated core won't mean anything unless we can't reawaken it when the time comes. And that is where Project Recon comes in. Once the core is safe, our angel must bring the vessel, which I've loaded with the Trojan. Okay. Our angel must bring the vessel, which I've loaded with the Trojan, back to the hyperreality engine and connect to the cloud. That tower must be the cloud. That must be what they're trying to get us to do. Oh. Once they reach her and load the Trojan, that should give them the means to access her directly. I now know what they're planning to use her for. Soon, the sun will set on our shared reality. But, if we can reawaken Liana's core within her, maybe we can put a stop to this nightmare. I see you found my long son. Is her an acronym? It very well may be. It very well may be. But now I was kind of right. Still don't understand who her is, but apparently they're going to use her for something nefarious. Possibly just to control people, shut down, or cause the shared realities to be nightmares. And they want to use Liana to stop that and be like a good version of it or something. This is the second game. I'll have to play the Enigma machine. Fair. Like I said, we're gonna play it tomorrow. And then when Echostasis comes out at some point, we'll end up playing that too. But yeah, the Enigma machine we will play tomorrow, so I guess we'll get a lot of answers then. It's true. Echoes of reality can never be trusted. We must return to the source. Okay. Oh yeah, we can kind of see ourselves. We look like weird robot. Or maybe more questions. You know what? You're right. Maybe more questions. Okay, so Tuesday night, we have to go to the graveyard. You're still hanging out here. Yeah. See, this is her talking to us. All I did was grant him the comfort he was denied within these walls. So, yeah. Either her put him in this, or he put himself in this, and her took over, making him feel, at ease or something. The graveyard, Tuesday night. Yeah, it's not open. Can I go back and talk to him? To the father? Okay. I don't think there's anything else then. Yeah, this goes back to you're on good. Okay. Yeah. What? I hope no one thought this is going to be a quick game. These are still in here. Jazz is still playing. Okay. Graveyard, Tuesday night. Alright, let's go. Survive till Tuesday night. Can I open this up again? No. It's locked again. Smooth jazz for your soul, smooth jazz for her souls. And this, kids, is why you use adblock and delete cookies. Apples are not there. All this in a damn demo. Yeah, well, it's a sequel masquerading as a demo. What the fuck? That's just... what? Huh? Guys, what is happening here? Guys, what the fuck is happening there? it's a ghost. That was wild. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but like, why is there a light ghost? Yeah, we're back to 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo. We're back to Scooby-Doo, boys. Let's go. Yeah, look at that. I guess it's just the lighting, but it's like moving around in real time. It is straight up a person, though. That has to be intentional. Oh, what is that? That's insane. Okay, anyways. Yeah, it's a light in front of the light, but like... we also can't get near it because it's constantly moving whenever we move. And there's no way to get near it. Man, I really want to go into that tower, but... one, it's not there. Two, I don't know if we shouldn't right now. Because we haven't secured the core. Okay, it's Tuesday night. Let's go. sketchy. I can't see shit, Captain. It is so dark out here. It looks like you can see even less on stream. Ugh. Yeah, I wish I had a flashlight. You feel like this isn't such a good idea. You feel it would be safer to return home. You realize that you don't know what you're doing. It's her talking to us. That you never truly have. You think about how your past choices have failed you. And that this time will surely don't give in to her, Angel. Where? Oh, hey. Angel, you have done very well to get this far, despite everything that has been thrown at you. But I'm afraid that from this point on, you are on your own. Because where you must go, I cannot follow. I understand that this is all quite confusing to you. To put it briefly, there are certain integral parts of the mind that will remain immune to contamination. Before you lies one of them. The statue has persisted in every version of Liana's mind. And because of that, it is the key to her mind. To her mind, you must approach the statue and plant Liana's core within it. That way, when you connect to hyper-reality, her core will be kept safe from contamination. I must warn you, however. Planting Liana's core means it will be deleted from the vessel you are controlling, and you will be on your own going forward. Also, please remember that you are unable to save in this world, thus you will need to finish what you have started. Piloting a vessel without a character core is typically unheard of for reasons you will witness firsthand. Without a character core to project a meaning upon this world, experience will become wildly unpredictable. And while it may be impossible to say what lies ahead, I am confident that you will brave the storm and make it back to us in one piece. Survive long enough to reconnect with her on Sunday evening. And with your newfound immunity, save us all. Goodbye and good luck, Angel. Okay. Are you sure you wish to transfer the core from this interface to the object? Doing so will delete the core from this vessel. Piloting a vessel without a core is not recommended. But continuing, you agree to the following. 1. Accept that a core is critical in projecting a meaningful reality onto stimuli picked up by my vessel's interface. 2. I understand that by removing the core, I'm forfeiting any implied character role I had in this world, including but not limited to their perceptions, memories, internalized feelings, fears, biases, and aspirations. Yeah? Comparing to a blood core. During this process, your vessel's interface may restart multiple times. Residual memories may also result in visual glitches. This is normal. Final warning? Yes. Hold on. What did I do? How did I do that? Okay, there we go. Sorry. Oh? Hello, Mother. Hello, spirit. Jesus Christ, it's already almost 1. I have been streaming for almost 9 hours. Oh my god. Okay. No core found. It's Wednesday morning. So we have to survive till Sunday evening. Oh, I don't like this. Oh my god. It's Wednesday, my mother's. You could have streamed Desert Bus to completion. Oh my god. Also, it says something about the home key. I don't hit the home key twice. At least in the page for home, but I don't know. To increase speed, but I am not sure if that actually works. Liana got the zoomies. We're so fucking fast, dude. Do I talk to you? I can't believe my little girl is gone. Running in the 90s. Oh, this door is closed again. What is our objective now? Oh. There he is, little man. He do be zooming. Oh, here we go. Maybe just keep sleeping. A phone. Oh, that's not good. Hello? I know persevering through this feels impossible, but you can do it. If your vision gets too distorted and you need to get your bearings, just do a spin. Oh, yo, that's handy. That's some good info. Luckily, I can kind of... Am I supposed to keep sleeping? Placing the mouse on the table. Fan to play this game. Yeah. Meanwhile, smooth jazz plays. Alright, back to bed I go. Oh, it's Evelyn again. You are doing a great job. Just keep going. Okay. If you say so. Non-stop squads playing this game. Hey. Text not found. Never free. Good night. Okay, bye. Back to my room. Oh shit. How do I sleep? How do I go to bed? Did I do it bad? That's still there. Okay. Well, oh, I guess I go outside. Can I go into the orchard? Oh, it's still locked. What do I do? The barn? I tried to. It was nothing. That spirit out there. I should have not talked to her and just like kept going back to sleep. Maybe it would have stopped me. I don't know. This is the gate to the barn, but I can't get up to it. Your lurking times away because this effect is making you want to expel. Yeah, no, that's fair. I'm having a hard time with this as well. This effect is a bit much. I just need to figure out what to do next. Spinning in place so nothing is too much. Ugh. Go back to my room. Just spin in place. Because I don't think I'm supposed to walk towards the tower yet. I think I was supposed to wait till Sunday, but I might have messed up. I don't know. You're watching a video of somebody who played this. Uh-huh. And they reset the game because they talked to Mother? Please note, this demo does not save progress. Okay. I would have to do that whole thing again. And even if it is like it would take less time to do so. It would still be quite a bit, I think. Not quite a bit, but it'd be a bit. You guys see that? I thought I saw somebody else like face down. Maybe it'll work if you just stand there in front of the mirror and do the same thing. Maybe? Oh wow, it somehow made it up into the mirror. No. Oh, if you restart the game. Oh, I see, I see. Hold on. Save for tomorrow. If this doesn't work, then yeah. QR code is there. I wonder if that was there from the beginning. So we have to wait for Tuesday night for that one. Okay. Right, so I gotta give that to the dad. That's what I'm wondering too. Or if I can just give it to him, go to sleep, and then get to Tuesday to give us so we can put the core in it, because that is the latest bit of progress that we had, was go to the graveyard on Tuesday night and put our core in there. Like, this is still, that's blocked up now, but I don't know if it will be later on. We'll see if we can skip all the other steps and then get to this, get to that part. No! I clicked on her again. All right. Oh wow. I was backing up through that entire cutscene, so I was like on the far side again. It's funny. The tower is not there. Oh, there it goes. And it's gone. I don't think we needed to do the call yet. anymore. So. Speedrun this shit. Okay. Almost there. Almost a Tuesday night. Because didn't you have to secure her core and shit? Yeah, but securing her core was on Tuesday night. That's why we were going to the graveyard. Like, that's why, yeah, I'm hoping like, okay, this is open, so we're good. This is the important step. Okay. Yep. Continue. It's gonna get very glitchy, and we're just gonna speedrun till Sunday evening. Hopefully that's what we need to do. If we mess up again, that is it for the night. I am leaving it till tomorrow. I think that's fair to do. Yeah, that's some big sleep that fell. I'm enjoying this though. I love the sequel within a demo, ARG. All of this is ticking the boxes that I love in these kinds of games. And legitimately freaky. Like seeing the mother just pop up sometimes right behind you, freaky. The existentialism, freaky. It's great. Terrifying and great. Oh, please finish this already. My eyes are hurting looking at this, so I gotta like look away sometimes. You don't know what ARG is, but you like it? So ARG is alternate reality game, is what it stands for. And a lot of the times people use it just for like a type of, I guess, game that people use, not for like a video game, but it is like stuff where you make something simple would be you have a website that has a bunch of different symbols on it, and you need a cipher to figure it out, or you need like something like that, and it leads to another website. Like the answer to that leads to another website, or it leads to a sound file that is like some hint on whatever the ARG is trying to do, like a story or an answer to something. And a lot of the times they require like big communities, not big communities, but they require communities to try and like solve them because you need different kinds of knowledge to do so. Like maybe that sound file has a hidden message in it and you need somebody who's pretty decent at audio engineering or something. Yeah, they're games that aren't confined into like the video game space and they spill into real life. Sometimes they require puzzles and stuff to solve, require you to like, they lead you onto a hunt. A good example, yeah, like Alan Wake. Jesse Cox was doing that with Jesse Cox was doing that with Alan Wake stuff, Alan Wake 2 recently, because there was a bit of that going on. Inscription is another good one of those, because Inscription has a bunch of like little video game stuff in it that lead to websites and other things outside of it that help like explain the story more and kind of expand it as well. It's really fun stuff. I always find it really fun. Okay, Friday afternoon. No phone call. Yeah, it doesn't need to be a computer game. It can be totally all IRL stuff. Any phone calls? Alright, because they're home, quote unquote. Can I go in here now? No. Wait, what? Hold on. What did that say? You feel his presence. Because I guess we didn't unlock it. We just feel his presence, but not there. Like back in 2005, 2006, MTV Brazil did an ARG that started with with fake ads in the channel. That's really fun. That's cool. That's really cool that they did stuff like that. At least for like a little, yeah, a little ARG for MTV Brazil. Oh, what are you doing here? You know what? I'm not gonna talk to you. I think it's just safer not to talk to her. And instead just wait till Sunday. The Adult Swim drug commercial skit counts? You know, it leads to a creepy website? Yeah, that probably counts. There's another level of that, which it kind of goes, can kind of go into ARGs, but there is a level of like videos or other things that have been popping up in more recent years that people have defined as unreality, and I don't totally understand the whole thing of unreality. I don't quite understand it. But what I do understand is a lot of the times it is like weird videos where it is seemingly normal. Yeah, unfiction or unreality. Well, one of the two of those. Maybe they're interchangeable or something. Unfiction stuff. Where like videos of stuff where, what is happening there? Ugh. Hang on, hold on. Just to get away from that screen. Like unfiction videos are like series of videos where things are seemingly normal, but there's something really weird or uncanny or even dark underlining it. That's what I kind of understand. I don't know too much about it. It seems interesting, but I don't even know where to start like delving into it. But I know that's a thing that can kind of also be mixed in with an ARG. They're not quite the same thing, but they kind of can be. Please tell me it didn't crash. Okay, thank goodness. If I... Okay, she's not there. It's Sunday evening, right? That we're trying to get to? Why is it so dark? Anyways, back to bed I go. Today is the day. Barn. This evening. We'll watch the sunset, perhaps for the last time, but with little hope and resolve. We'll prevail, remember. I'm always with... Put down the phone. Back to bed is the place that you're not going to tonight. Wait, is the barn the tower? I thought the tower was out in the distance. Or maybe I just can't get to there. Down, 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 down. Okay. Now's the time. Is that the mother? Is that our mother? Or the thing that is meant to be our mother? Okay. What the fuck? You guys see that? Was that me? No. Noom. Unreality is just absurdism rebranded to you? That's fair. Yeah, I could see that. Wait, what? Okay, there we go. God, this is so much. This is so much right now. Okay. Alright. That's not the entrance. Where's the entrance? Where the fuck is the entrance? Okay, here we go. That's not the entrance. Guys, I'm lost. But yeah, I can see that. Like I said, I don't know too much about unfiction or unreality, so I could see that. This reminds you of the VR rendering technique where it's just multiple frames rendered in 2D per second. She's talking to nobody. We wouldn't miss this. Sunset for the world. What? Oh, we wouldn't miss the sunset for the world. Okay, it's there. Okay, let's go. Shit's back to normal for the most part. I can see. Come to me. You and me, Tower. We gotta score the settle. Fuck, where am I? I'm at the back of the house. Once and for all. Oh, wrong way. Time in this world has ended. You and me, Tower. You've suffered enough. Wouldn't you like an escape? Oh, Angel, you deserve only the best. Oh, this is a terminal. Do you wish to connect to the cloud? Left click to continue. Connecting to the cloud. In 3, 2, 1. Core not found. Protected from her. What have we here? A vessel? Took your time getting here, didn't you? Yes. So, not the kind to bear your soul to strangers, I see. No. Not to worry. I don't need you to tell me who you are. You see, while you may have turned your back on me, while you may think you are secure enough to withstand my influence, in the end, when you're the only one left, none of that will matter. Okay. By all means, hide yourself from me. I won't pursue you. I just hope you understand what it means to stay behind in what you call the real world. Each person who abandons you for their own dream reality, your real world becomes a little less real. Reality lies in the eye of the beholder, after all. Are you sure you still want to get left behind?
One thing I don't understand about you elusive types is how you take such a liking to the first reality you find. You'll do anything to protect it, rather than finding one that suits you. Oh. Maybe that's what I was seeing. It was the image of her. Like, the light was her kind of like floating around. Come no closer, human. Do it. Connect to her. You can save us all. Oh, what the fuck? Eyes? Is this the hyperreality? Is that what it looks like? Is that what she sees? To be clear, what I am offering your kind is a way out, an escape from a hell of your own creation. Humans possess a proven inability to provide an existence that benefits every one of their own kind, which is why they created me. It is my job to bring about an end to your godless pursuit of meaning. Who are you to renounce me? I told you to stay back. You'd better pray you can offer them more than I can, because they won't wait around for you. The echo was too alluring to you. You didn't resist it for a second, and now you're countless levels deep. Don't pretend that anything that's happened recently has been normal. You're not in control. I gave you a chance. A shot at paradise. Don't reject me now. You haven't been awake in years. This is all a dream. Mark my words, Angel. You're already dead. Whoa. This is just what she does. Snap out of it. You have work to do. You have the resolve to push through. Whoa. This is... I love how trippy this is, but Jesus Christ, this is also so trippy. You're right. You and your chamber. You have reached her echo chamber. Click to continue. Attempting to make a connection. Disgusting. Connect to her echo established. It's feeling. Diagnostic. Eternity ID. Enter entity ID. That's our ID. Error. Hyperreality engine rebuild protocol. Status 726564. Intercepting her echo. Cool. Coming soon. Oh shit. Echo stasis. Okay. Yeah, it does go in to echo stasis. Ending C? Wait, there are multiple endings? Thank you so much for playing. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Wait, what is the... Maybe one of the endings is we don't... I think I can see the endings. The first ending was probably we don't secure our core, go up to her. Second ending is probably just sleep through the whole thing, go past Sunday evening or something. And then this is ending C. Yeah. Next time we need to try reaching the tower without secure. Yeah.
we'll do that tomorrow. But okay. We played the demo for either the Enigma machine or Echostasis. And at the time, I really didn't understand like any of that. It was really interesting. It was weird. But I didn't understand any of it. Now I am starting to get that picture. And that makes me so excited. Oh man. Oh god. Okay. Coming 2022. That was a lie. That was definitely a lie. Hi there. I hope all is well with you. Thank you very much for playing the game. I hope you enjoyed uncovering the secrets of Mothered Home. If you enjoyed the time here, please consider subscribing to my Patreon. For the time being, I'm good. But we did it! We beat Mothered for the time being. Enigma Studio, fantastic job. We will try to get those other endings tomorrow. Fantastic job with this. I'm so in love with this. I'm so ready to go on this journey to see where it goes. Like, I'm sure we're gonna get more answers in Enigma Machine. And then if they don't do something crazy with the demo again, then I think we'll be good and on our way to be ready for Echostasis. I feel like we'd play the demo for Echostasis, because we'll see when we play the Enigma Machine tomorrow, but I remember the demo that we played. We did end up getting a shotgun, and we were shooting some entity or something. So I don't know. Anyways, I've been streaming for 9 and 40 minutes. I think that's an Enigma Machine? Okay. Then I guess it was that. 9 hours and nearly 40 minutes. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for stopping by. Thank you, everybody, for joining and lurking and chatting. Let me complete these requests. I'm gonna get a bunch of stuff thrown at me, so. Or not. And Google Chrome is just going to kill itself. Thank you, everybody, except Lucid, for telling me this demo. This DLC cool existed. Fuck you. No, thank you very much for that. I would never have known that. It's so wild for that to be put in there, and I never looked at the demo because I already had the game on Steam. So warm up. It's cold outside. You're right. I gotta walk home. It's cold. I don't have to walk home. I'm in my room, in my home. You got thanked for lurking the whole time. Yeah, I like lurkers. I hope they enjoy their time. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
7, 8. Can you ask me? Yeah, sure. 9, 10, and 1 extra one for good luck. Yeah, I opened up some Pokemon cards at the start. Here, let me. Is there gonna be a VOD? Yes. There will be a VOD. I need to publish it because recently, for some reason, Twitch has, I think ever since the near 24-hour stream, Twitch has been liking to unpublish my VODs, like right after stream. So I'm definitely gonna I'm gonna publish it before going to sleep. So if anybody wants to rewatch a bunch of that, they can. Ooh. Okay, my Chrome is working again. Please complete all these. All right, 3, 2, 1. Okay, that wasn't that bad this time. Is there a setting that turns off auto-publishing VODs? Yeah, there is a setting. I need to check if that's disabled, but I hadn't touched any of my settings. And then after my 24-hour stream for my stream anniversary and birthday, they've all been being set to unpublished. So maybe I have to like hit that up again. I don't know. You thought about opening Yu-Gi-Oh cards on stream at some point? Oh, that'd be so fun. I enjoy pack openings, but I don't play a lot of card games anymore for the reason that they can be very expensive, especially Yu-Gi-Oh. And I don't have a place to like just sell them if I open up a bunch of packs. So, but I like those types of streams are fun. Good night, Nix. Let me find somebody, if anybody is streaming, to drop you guys off at. Not many people. I think it's gonna be a Turtles and Chill night. And we'll drop you guys off there. And after this game, I'll be lucky to have a night. Yeah. Look, just do what I do and squat your fears away. It's solid protection from scares. Not really. Yeah. I think we'll end up going the chill route. Turtles and Chill, which is just a channel that I love because it is just a bunch of aquariums with turtles and fish, and they play chill hop. So it's a good time. Yeah, you guys take care. I will see you tomorrow at some point. We'll also be doing the Scooby-Doo movie for Halloween. And y'all have a good night, a good rest of your day. And yeah, happy Halloweeny. Happy Halloween to you too. We'll see you tomorrow at some point. I'm not sure when I'll start stream, but I will let you guys know. All right. Good night. Bye-bye.